Hey, what's up, y'all? it's Nico. We are gonna build some railroad today. There was a recent update to Railroads Online, introduced a new, brand spanking new map, and I have been spending some time checking that out and starting yet another railroad. I think it was only about 2 months ago when I started a new railroad on the last map and said, man, how many times am I going to restart? And then here we are again, restarting. But this time, we get to place the industries wherever we would like. So that is new with this map. It comes blank, no industries are placed, and you place them yourself, which has been both fun and frustrating. But yes, I do have some amount of the railroad already built, but we'll continue that along today. And right now I'm working on connecting the smelter to the sawmill, which is kind of the closest connection to it at the moment. And yeah, so I mean, kind of with that exposition, that backstory, we can hop on into it and start building some tracks. All right, so here we are. We've descended quite a ways from down there in the distance, if you can see it. Just beyond those trees there is the smelter. You can see the smokestacks poking up from behind the foliage. And there's some bridges over here that cross this little path. And then the track comes on down, zigzagging its way, kind of hugging the hillside to here, where we are right now. And then, if we take a look at the map, the sawmill is just a ways down here. So we've come a little over half, maybe a little under 2/3 of the way already. And yeah, so the goal here will be ignore the smelter. Just pretend that doesn't exist. I was experimenting with some alternate placements where the smelter could go. But yeah, we'll continue bringing this track down, tie it into the main line that we have coming down here from the yard and past the sawmill. Hopefully, we'll be able to make that descent, that change in elevation, in time. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I know usually when I'm cautiously optimistic, I'm wrong. So, anyways, we'll see. We'll see if we can make it. Right. So I have just laid this piece of track, which I think I'm okay with. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. Probably extend it a little bit further. Oh, actually, you know what? That's what I'm trying to reclaim my thoughts here. As I was actually just working on this before I started the stream, and figured it would be wonderful. Not sorry, wonderful is probably not the right word, but yeah, it'd be sufficient content at least for a Whatever Wednesday stream. Speaking of which, it's Whatever Wednesday. Welcome to Whatever Wednesday. That's today, if you didn't know. Anyways, chat, how are y'all doing? Welcome aboard. Feel free to chime in whenever you feel like it. Feel free also to lurk. I don't mind either way. Right, so I'm laying this again because I'm thinking, how long did I make this before? I must have made it pretty long, actually. I'm thinking I want to only come... Let's start with that. And then I think, because I want to kind of hug the hillside here, if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I actually... Do I want to do that? Because... This drops away pretty quick, but over here on the other side, it looks like we do have a bit of a rise again, unless we go to the left, which is definitely away from that hillside that we were standing by before. So we may actually, it may be more important to come over this way towards the water so that we can pass by this outcropping here, which IRL we'd probably dig a, I'm forgetting the word for it, but a trench essentially through here. It's like the opposite of an embankment, a downbankment, an unbankment. I don't know. I've definitely forgotten the word for it. But anyways, we'd probably do that instead of coming all the way out here to this point to get around it. But we don't have terraforming in the game, so that option is not available to us as it would be IRL. So instead, we're going to have to probably turn out towards the water here and make sure that we can pass outside of that point, I guess. I also don't know what the word for that is. Chat, what's the word for that? And in which case, I'm thinking maybe I don't want this to be perfectly straight. You know, I certainly am not. But maybe we'll give it a little bit of a curve here. All right. And then I think here where the hill, oh, actually maybe even earlier. Yeah, actually probably right about where we are here. Looks like it's going to be time to switch over to the wall. And we'll get some of that here before we have to transition to a bridge. We could probably do maybe about that much. Something like that. Makes me maybe contemplate a little bit, perhaps just connecting the wall all the way through, since there's such a short section in between. But it does help to have some way of climbing back up when we inevitably fall down. All right. We are descending here at negative 3.5% grade. And yeah, let's see what we need to do here to make sure we can get around this corner here. I'm actually thinking, yeah, let's see. What if we start coming out at about a 300 meter radius? Let's do that for maybe like 15 meters. Kind of ease in to the curve here. Also, when I'm working with the wooden trestle bridge here, everything, all the segments are multiples of 5, but to go a full multiple of 5 to the end does cause a little graphical glitch. So instead I stop 0.1 meter short, tenth of a meter short, just to prevent that graphical glitch. Yeah. So that's kind of an explanation for that. Let's see. That was going to like 65, I think. So let's go to 50. Ooh, we are in the bridge. And we get out of the bridge. No. Let me out. Come on. Oh. Did I make it? No. I just appeared to have made it. Okay. Running starts don't help. No, we are just stuck. Alright. see if we can fix this. Oh, that's going the other way, isn't it? There's a bit of a silly fix. But yeah, I think that if we lay some of this like so, we can pop out the top of that and then get out. Yes, okay. Right, we were building this bridge. So let's see if we can finish up what we were doing here. We're switching back. I think we were doing 300 and 150. Let's yeah, do another 15 meters of this. Where is that? 14.9 in there somewhere. Okay, we're gonna have to move to find it, I think. Very close. Get in further away. There we go. Not again. All right. Okay. Ooh, I am a little worried. We may have brought this out a little bit too far, actually. I think we did 50 meters. I actually probably want it to stop here, so 10 meters shorter. So let's demolish that and do only 40 meters instead of 50. At that 150 meter radius. There it is. And we were doing 40, which is back here. There it is. And then back out to 300 again for another 15. Then we'll straighten it all the way up and do that for, let's say, another 15 before we start curving back the other way. And let's take a look here as well and see what radius we need to get around the corner. If we can get up here. There we go. Oh, we are actually bringing in real tight here. In fact, we might want to. Yes. This might be okay to do 60. It is. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. We'll start with 120. And that 15 meters of that. And then we'll take it down to 60 meters for most of the curve. I think we're going to do this in sections here, just to keep things a little bit more manageable. Probably like 30 meters a piece ish. Right, where is that? 29.9 is what I'm looking for. There it is. And I think nearly time for us to kind of even out here. Ooh, we have made it into the water here. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but it's a thing we have done. Okay, let's see, 14.9, that will complete the curve. We are still kind of far away from hillside though. It does make me wonder. Let's maybe pause that for a moment and take a look back here. I may actually want to redo this a little bit. So, excuse me. If I accept that I'm trapped in the bridge again, can I make this? Yeah, okay. if I accept that we're going to go into the water, one way or another, and maybe bring this curve, have this be a bit tighter, maybe we can do like 240 and 120 instead of 300 and 150. And bring it closer to the water's edge here, probably into the water even here. And then we curve it back around, maybe even earlier, so that we're coming in kind of. It's hard to demonstrate with all of this bridge in the way, but instead of coming in like this way, like we are right now, we'd come in kind of more like that way. So we'd be kind of already pointed towards this hillside here, and we would be able to maybe hug the hillside on this side a little bit closer, and then just have this space, the span in between where we are moving away from the hillside. Yeah, I think I want to give that a shot. Which I can probably do without tearing things down right away. And in fact, it's probably advisable to do it without tearing things down right away, so that we can compare the new track that we're laying versus the old track that we were laying before. It'll also give us a platform to stand on, which things are sometimes, not always, but sometimes a lot easier to build from above. Okay, so now that we're back over here, let's flip this on around. I really wish there was a shortcut to just negate the curvature, or flip-flop it, make it curve the other way than what it's currently curving. That would be really convenient, but alas. Anyways, okay, so a bit tighter here. We did 40 before. And maybe we do actually still want to do, let's do 30. We're gonna get a little extra curve here. Let's do 30. Yes. Let's try that. Because we are gonna get a little extra to the curve. We're gonna do another 15 of the 240 meter radius. In order to just ease out of that curve. All right. Now we've got some amount of straightaway. I think we're going to do 15 again. Keep it kind of similar here, and then let's see what curvature we can do here. Looks like we can use 60 again. Might do the trick. I guess we are, what do I want to say here? We are yet to see whether or not this will actually do what I want it to. But I can hope. I think again we're gonna pull it out in segments of about 30. Another about 30 right there, and we are certainly closer to the hillside. I think we can end this bridge perhaps a little sooner than we would have otherwise. Yeah, I think that is a good place to start easing out of this curve. I'm gonna do roughly 15 of that. There we go. I think that's gonna do it. Except we probably need to get, I don't know about need, but I would probably like to get a little closer to the ground before we switch back to groundworks instead of bridge. Apologies, by the way, if I am clearing my throat tonight. I'm still recovering a little bit from the illness that I had recently. If it gets too bad and I need to cough or anything, I have set up a mute switch for myself. I literally did that in like 10 minutes before the stream went live. But it's there now, so if I need to use it, I can, and hopefully save y'all some plosives. Okay. Well, let's do some more track laying. I think we're gonna do small ease into this. Do I want to take that back? Yeah, let's take that back. Let's do a slightly longer one. We had that up at 300. Let's do 7.5 instead. Okay. Then let's bring it down to 150. I think should clear this just fine. Yep, there we go. And yes, where do we want to take this? This is looking okay. I don't want to kind of get quite so much. Oh no, maybe we still need to use. Do we need to use the wall? Maybe we can switch to groundworks here. And then give ourselves some way of getting back up onto the tracks if we should happen to fall down. Let's do this in 20. I think probably get away with. Nope, never mind. Yeah, we've got more hillside coming up here. And in fact, we might even want to take this a little tighter for a moment. Yeah, because I don't want to come into this pointing out into the lake. I kind of want to point more along the shore down towards the sawmill we can see in the distance there. I'm also a little bit worried because we have some pretty decent elevation to lose still before we get over to the sawmill. A little bit worried about that. But hopefully we'll be okay. Now I'm wondering if we are getting to the point where we might actually want not groundworks. Maybe we're okay though. It's very tall though. Very tall. Well, we can always lay this down and then change it later. Groundworks are pretty easy to remove from under other things. Let's try maybe easing out of this somewhat slowly. Yeah, I don't think, unless we get a lot closer to the water here, I don't think we're going to make that. Which then makes me wonder if maybe we should instead just continue the bridge. That'd be a really long bridge though. If we continue the bridge, we could just have it connect up on the other side to that other kind of land nubbin, the point, the butte, whatever it is. Yeah, I think this is not quite the path that I would like to take. Which means probably coming back here and taking this around less. I think we had this down to 60 meter radius, that is. And we were doing sections of 30, so let's try a section of roughly 15 before we bring this back out to 120 for another 15 or so. Except I need it to not connect. How can I do this? There we go. Okay. And then we'd be looking at pointing it straight across like so, which is gonna collide with the terrain. But we can, maybe we can zig it out a little bit once more. Alright, so let's try this in a section of 30. What does that do for us? What does this look like? We want to do 30 more. We might even want to start some sort of curvature here. Maybe like a 480. Honestly, we might not even need to bring this down any tighter. Might suffice. Are gonna go across the water here. I think that's okay. Do another roughly 15. Wonder if we can get maybe switch to steel bridge and straighten this out here. Oh, and I'm forgetting what length these need to be to display properly. I want to say they're like 8.6. Maybe try 8.5. Let me try 8.7 and see if we get a graphical glitch that will confirm or deny. Yeah, we're getting like a very thin support there. And then I think we don't have that here. Yeah, so it must be 8.6. Okay, so we can remove that. And of course, now we have made it a challenge to get back up here if we should happen to fall down. But luckily we still have that old track to the right that we can use. And of course we'll clean all these things up once we have some idea of what we're doing here. So I'm thinking maybe another one of these. Another 8.6-ish. Then we could do truss bridge. And then we could do another 2 of these. Double 8.6, that's going to be 1.2 plus a 16 is going to be 19.2. Oh, yes, and the truss bridge is level. Maybe I don't want that. Too much maths. Who knew that there would be maths in trains? Yeah. Except that apparently I got it wrong. Oh, because it should have been 16, not 18. That should have been 17.2 instead. Oops. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and demolish these because I forgot that truss bridge always places level, and I kind of want to ease into it with the gradient So I'm going to rebuild those. Also, Second King, welcome on in. Welcome aboard. Hope you're doing well and glad to have you on the stream today. Haven't seen you around for a little while, either on any of my streams or over on any of Fluffy Armchair Admirals. One of those days. Hopefully it's not too bad. Also, hey there, Grey Wolf, Max, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Yes, hi indeed. All right, let's try this again. Press bridge, and then descending again on this side. And of course, getting the length correct this time to avoid the graphical glitch. Can I see it from the top? Ooh, somehow we still got the glitch. Maybe instead of 17.1, we just need 17. Do we have the glitch on this side? Good question. Chilling a bit before sleep. Well, hopefully, I should say I've been told I have a soothing voice, so hopefully I can help contribute to that. How am I? I'm doing okay. I've had a little bit of illness last week and still kind of recovering from that a little bit, but feeling well enough at least to hop on stream tonight. So hopefully that means that's progress towards feeling well again. We're still getting this scrunched up bridge. What does this need to be? Need to be like 16.9 maybe instead? I could swear it was 8.6. We did an 8.5 and that worked. Which means that double that would be. So it's 16 and then there's 1.2. Yeah, it's 17.2. I don't get it. Oh, I do get it. Oh. Yes, I've forgotten how these supports work. So we have a section with supports, and then we have a section that's suspended. Right. Okay. Which means that I think they're actually different lengths. Interesting. So the big section is definitely 8.6. Okay, so we've been trying different lengths here. I think let's try like a 16.7. We get we don't get little tiny bridge piece, which is what we want. We want to actually not have that. I do actually want to turn this section around so that the supports on this end, but okay, so 16.7, which let me create another one real quick and do 16.8, and let's do another one of 16.9. I just want to dial in here and make sure I'm understanding this correctly, how this is working. Okay. So do we have maybe it's gonna be hard to see the glitch if it exists, but actually it looks like we might not have a glitch on that one. And then this one, do we have a glitch? I think might have the barest of perceptible glitches here. Maybe not. Maybe this one. not glitched. Although, something's looking a little weird with the end there. Oh, and there's this... There's kind of like a line running down this. Yeah, I think we do have a glitched segment in there. So 16.9, we get a glitched segment. What about 16.8? No. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. So 16.8 is the double length, which means that should mean, let's see, 16.8 divided by 2 would put the, if it was even, would make it 8.4 per piece. But we think that it's 8.6. 16.8 minus 8.6 would be 8.2 for the unsupported piece. This piece here. Oh, hey, Springtrap. Welcome on in. And, Max, yeah. Glad to hear that you think my voice is pretty relaxing. And Second King, you're saying here, you've not seen your two older kids for 3 years. They postponed today's meet until next month. And while trying to change baby's nappy, she pooped on the bed. Oh. Oof. Ow. Yeah. That is definitely sounds like a rough day. Sorry to hear about that. Hope tomorrow will be better for you. And Springtrap, you're talking about your game crashing, or you're casually hauling a bulkhead flat car up a hill. Uh-oh. That hopefully will you've had autosave turned on or something, or saved recently. Hopefully that'll turn out for you as well in the long run. Okay, now that we've kind of dialed in our observations here, I'm going to go back and rebuild this once again. It's going to be funny because I'm going to have to rebuild it again once we put the... Excuse me. What is the name of the thing? The steel truss bridge. Once we lay that, we're going to have to build this section again to get the supports on the other side. Okay, so 16.8. There we go. Now, truss bridge. And then this side we'll be able to build forward. It'll be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get our 3.5% again, and we're looking for that 16.8. Somewhere. In there somewhere. Oh. Come on. Oh. Okay. Two-handed mouse mode. Let's go. There it is. Okay. And then finally we will rebuild this. Can I reach that one? Nope. Nope, sure can't. You do it like that. All right, and that puts our supports towards the center bridge piece here. That totally looks like different lengths, but I guess they're the same. Interesting perspective. It's probably me just being me. But there's, so specifically with bridges in this game, when you lay a bridge, it actually has like, this is a segment, right, with these supports, and then that's a segment without supports, and then I guess it adds an extra support at the end. But when it's not like these supports have like a maximum length, right? So this will be, I think we determined it was like 8.6 meters, and then this one was like 8.2 meters. So if you build something longer than 8.6, right, then this piece here will be a full 8.6 meters. But eventually, like either if it's in the first segment, or if it's in the second segment, or some other segment, like if you get to a point where it is less than a full segment's length, then what it does is it takes that segment and actually just scales the whole thing in the direction of the rails. So, and I mean like the whole thing. So like this support piece gets like squished, and this whole like truss section here gets squished. And I just think that that looks not good. So I prefer instead to try to make things, at least when I'm working with the bridges, I guess like in subdivisions of its full length. So for the steel bridge, that means, you know, in the 8.6 and the 8.2 meter segments, which is a little bit more complicated than the wooden truss bridge, which is just 5 meter segments for each. So yeah, that's why. And I had gone through the whole process of figuring out what the length of the steel bridge was in a past what to call it, I don't know, session, but I guess I forgot. So are we gonna bridge again here? No, we're just probably gonna use a wall over here. So this is fine. We'll pull this out here and then transition over to the stone wall. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna run into this. Let's not do that. Okay. And let's do like, we might actually, should we use I'm pondering if we should use a bridge to descend here, or if we should just take it down. No, we should probably curve back towards the hillside. Probably the way to go about it. And then at some point, we can probably transition back to a groundwork instead of the stone wall, which might actually be just about right now. Let's maybe do a little bit of straight track here first. Something like that. And then, where's our other track? It's over there somewhere. This might also be too tight of a curve to the right here, or where our other track is. Vibe time, indeed. Welcome on in, Trek. Hope you're doing well. We're laying some tracks, building some railroads. A wholesome kind of vibe. Well, yes, of course. Ah, I can probably make this curve a bit tighter. I don't know what radius this is. Am I enjoying the update? Well, I am and I am not. On one hand, this map is great. I love that there's a bunch of different biomes. Placing the industries is a cool thing to get to do, especially since I was already dabbling with moving some of the industries using Railroad Studio before. But it also means they've introduced a new map, and I want to play with the new map. And that means I'm throwing away the whole railroad that I was building before. So maybe a little frustrated about that. But what you gonna do? What is this? This is 70 meter. Let's do a 90 meter for a little ways. And let's bring it down to 45 for also a ways. Oop, need to a little bit of an incline here, or else we're scraping the ground. We can lose that. Yeah. I think this is looking pretty promising. Back this up to about 15. And then go back out to that 90 for a little ways. Something like that. What am I doing? Ah, yes. Okay. Ooh. Nearly connected up there. But do I want to have a little bit of a straight section here before? Maybe I do. Let's do that. Let's see what that looks like. Well, subtle. This does still have a bit of a curve to it. No, I don't like that. Because it actually kind of kicked the curve out that way. Means I would have been better off probably going the full distance. Let's try that. Yeah, I've seen Atramy was posting some screenshots on Discord. It looked pretty nice, and I think you had the opportunity to play on that world a little bit the other day. How was that? I'm also realizing that we're scraping the ground here. Ah, quite pleasant. Well, I'm glad to hear that. What did we do over here? We just did 60 and we had it at negative 3.5, it looks like. So let's change that. What did we do this to? What length? Was this, yeah, it was about 30. About 30 meters. Did we do more? We might have done more. No, I don't think we did. I think we just did roughly 30 meters. Yeah, because I think we start to diverge once we get past that. Yeah, okay. I was just looking at that because I'm going to need to rip this out first. Otherwise, it's going to get trapped underneath. Let's see, one industry. Oh, only one industry had a really cool setup for managing the trains. Basically, both industries had a small yard with turntables. Incoming train would drop off cars and then use the turntable to turn around. And the industry's yard loco would handle shunting and unloading. Ah, cool. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty neat setup. And honestly, not too far from what kind of a gameplay style that I would love to use as well at some point. Not always the easiest to get started immediately with something like that, but it sounds like Atreme's pulled it off, so that's great. All right. I think that does it. That completes this branch of our railroad. Except, of course, for tearing down the trees and removing the tracks that we don't want anymore, like that one. Very tightly integrated. I see, I see. Yeah, I thought that I would try something a little bit different, which is to have some of the industries be more just kind of like on the side. So like this, where here's the main line, but this industry is just kind of here. And so to service it, you kind of have to, do some switching. Probably have the locomotive on that end, so that means probably taking everything out all the way to the smelter, doing the work at the smelter, turning around, because that has turning services, and then coming back down and then servicing sawmill on the way back. No automatic derailing swamp tracks. I don't know if I catch the reference. Maybe something from Fluffy Stream, perhaps? Is that something to do with the rocks before we knew that we could remove them? No reference. I see, I see. Well, I'm actually kind of tempted to hop on back to the yard, grab a locomotive for this. I think I might pull the 060. Although, testing it with a longer locomotive might be ideal, because then that way we can see if it derails. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's use this one. Is a consolidation type. I was noticing the other day there's a lot of consolidation locomotives in the game. Let's see what you got here. Oh, track was going into the swamp. Yes, the one that I deleted. Yeah, I had just pulled that out. I was originally going to try to put the logging camp over that way, but then I realized that there wasn't a lot of space. So I tried going a different way around the lake, and that also didn't work quite so well. So eventually I made a track. Can't open the map in that mode. Yeah, I tried going this way to the logging camp after I decided I didn't want to put it over here somewhere. And then that route was terrible. So I came down around this way. A rant about consolidations and how if Heist was still in the game, there wouldn't be, and the devs were mean words for not making Mikados. What starting engine did you choose? I chose the Montezuma. However, I also then kind of cheesed things a little bit and gave it a headlight and a different paint scheme and different lettering and whatnot. But yeah, I started with Montezuma. It's a pretty good locomotive. Pretty good. It also is the right height for the full-fledged cars as opposed to the Greg Skellington cars. And yeah, that's what I did. Anyways, it's kind of slow though. That and pretty like I think I figured out that the Montezuma, and was there a new one? I think it was the Mogul, the new coal-fired Mogul. I don't remember testing the 10 mile, the Mason Bogey. Um, but pretty much any locomotive that existed originally in the game does 15 miles an hour. The 10 mile can do 20. I see. Yeah. For some reason, it's like all the original locomotives that were in the game at the start do 15 miles an hour. And then the Montezuma, I think, is the only new one. Well, I take that back. The Montezuma is the only new one that doesn't also just replicate another existing one that does 15 as its speed limit. Everything else does more. Even the 060, which I think is the closest, does 18 max speed, which, like, it sounds like hardly any difference, but it's so perceivable, actually. Oh, that is the thing that I need to do. Right, so I need to actually take a little break here for a moment. Your poor Eureka. Yeah, I so wish that the Eureka would go faster. Because it is such a lovely looking locomotive. But you know what? We've got the Mosca, and that's good enough for me. Right. Like I said, though, I need to take a short break. I am still taking some medicine for that illness, but I will be right back in a moment, and then we will continue with this track test. See you in a moment. Okay. All right, I'm back. Let us get this track test underway once again. Hey there, Micah. Welcome aboard. Glad to hear you're doing good. We are building some track. Well, we were building some track here in Railroads Online. Now we're going out for a little track test. And I need to throw that switch. So, time to slow down. Ah. Have some other earlier track to clean up here eventually. It's not hurting anybody right now. Oh yes, and I was speaking about a moment ago, or maybe not a moment ago, but a while ago, back at the start of the stream. Ooh, that's a little fast. We stayed on the rails. But I was, speaking about how this is a new railroad that I've just started, and totally forgot to introduce it. So welcome to the Lake Chama and Pacific Railroad. And if anyone can guess what the lake is named after, you get bonus points. Alright, we've got some track to clean up here. Let's go ahead and switch this over to rail deletion mode. Make sure we're not deleting anything we don't want to. Is this all one big piece? No, it has an end to it here. There we go. Or an end segment. A segment on the end. Oh, there was a second one in there. Look at that. Didn't even realize that. Alright. Maybe shouldn't have deleted that one before I got back on top. You just hop up here. Alright. If I hop over here, we should be fine. There we go. That. That bridge can disappear. I need to think when I'm out with the locomotive to set down a telegraph office when I walk away. Before I walk away, rather. I always think about it after I've already walked away. I was like, oh man, I should have set down a telegraph office so I could get back a lot easier. Okay. I think that was the end. Oh, nope. There's one more. Little fixie little track there trying to trip us up. Okay. But now that's it. I miss the days when the trees gave us experience for cutting them down. That is a change from this update that I am not enjoying quite so much. It was a lot easier to get experience in the past. But now it takes actually making deliveries. Imagine that. All right, onwards. Honestly though, on some level, maybe a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit is a desirable thing for the sections that get a little sketchier than others. Like we got some trees on the line up ahead. I also have started doing this thing where I take the ballast wall and kind of complete the wall, I guess, in a way. Let's get this to the same curvature here, and then I just take it down as much as it'll go and build it out like so. Same thing on the other side. And it does look a little different depending on whether you're going uphill or downhill. But I think it looks kind of nice. Kind of completes the wall, opposed to just having it end abruptly. Get out of here, tree. I'm tempted to let that one stay. It is... maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Have a little bit of foliage in the path. Scaling options for cash and XP, yes. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. Because there's scaling options for the industries. Like how rapidly they produce output goods given a certain amount of input goods. Or not how rapidly, but how many output goods they produce for an equal number of input goods. You would think that maybe that would translate to scaling as well. But apparently it doesn't. Or I guess I don't actually know. I've been playing on medium industry difficulty all the time, so yeah. I don't quite know what the other mode does in terms of experience and money. That was so funny when that little baby pine tree stopped the big multi-ton locomotive in Fluffy Stream the other day. Okay, I think we're gonna get rid of that one too. Otherwise, I think that's looking trimmed enough. Yeah, I like that. And we have a ballast to build here. see what curvature this is at. I don't quite remember it. Probably was like 120. Alright, there we go. Groundworks are maybe a little high in this area. Might come back and rethink that at some point. Maybe it's okay though, to have some areas like that. Not actually a problem. I don't like this tree. Nor do I like this tree. Maybe that one would have been fine. But there appear to be trees ahead as well. Maybe? Maybe? Oh, there's definitely track ahead. That's for sure. Brakes, please. Yeah, trees are a little close. I might get rid of them just because they're kind of a little weird to just have the trees in the middle of nowhere right by the bridge. Ah, yes. So, let's cut down some trees. That one too, and then we will clear out this excess bridge that we don't need. There might even be more to it back here, but maybe not. Maybe that was all. I think that was all of it. Yep, okay. And of course we have a little section here again. Oops, let's get that ballast wall. See if we can figure out, it's probably 60. I guess the upside to being weirdly exact about a lot of the measurements that I use for track laying in this game is that it's pretty easy for me to guess what like radius or whatever I had used in a section, because it's probably one of the standard ones that I use. And it's probably 60, so we'll do that. And we'll build that out like so. And then take a look at this tree, which might be okay. Maybe we can leave that one for funsies. The ones up ahead, though, are unacceptable. They're a little far from our locomotive, so we'll go back first. And we will run up the line instead of running up the line. Okay. This tree has got to go, as does this one. Perhaps we keep the other one though. We'll know in a moment once that one disappears. Yeah, let's keep it. Why not? Oh, I am forgetting to do the thing with the ballast. So let's make that happen. Like it is a straight shot here, which for some reason it changes how steeply the the track or groundwork or whatever falls away, or rises for that matter, which is a little peculiar, but just useful to note, I suppose. Did I already build that one? Yes. Okay. It's already built the transition piece here. Don't have to stop to do that. But I've left this construction stairs here. Let's go ahead and clean that up. Switch back to rails just to be on the safe side there. Alright, and let's go, I guess, to the left. That's where it's currently sending us. Not the biggest fan of putting switches on the wall works because the edges cross over the rails, but sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. This does also mean that we are at the top of our climb. More or less, there's some fluctuation in here in terms of grades and whatnot. There's certainly a fair number of trees that need to be cut back. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed that this locomotive has been able to negotiate everything so far. I don't think we did anything too crazy on the main line. I think it's mostly just this stuff in the yard here that gets a little tight. Let's see, let's get rid of a number of those, get rid of that one, and that one. I think that should be enough for that area. That one's gonna go. These go. Oops. There we go. And a few over here. Probably like so. I'm honestly kind of thinking might just get rid of the whole stand here. Like so. Which then also has me wondering if we should get rid of those three. Maybe. Maybe. I think we're going to get rid of this one. Maybe not, actually. Kind of out here by itself. Yeah, let's leave it. We'll leave it. You know, for that matter, let's leave those. Okay. I do like some of the denser forest. Like how these trees are so tightly packed together. And it seems like cutting trees has gotten easier. But anyways, here's a look at what this yard looks like. I did my typical elevated unloading platform for the iron ore. I'm actually kind of curious what would happen if I were to not build this in sections for this ramp. Because I have kind of a top section here that just kind of, I don't know, bends very rapidly downwards. What if I were to combine it like that instead? I do kind of like that. Let's keep that instead. Now, the struggle of trying to get the one that I want to delete. Hopefully I got the right one. I think I did. Ah, yes, and then there's one more piece here. Yes, okay. I think that does the trick. I think we've still also avoided graphical glitches down here, or they're buried in the ground. So either way, I think that's acceptable. And that's a lot nicer of a kind of slope transition at the top there than it used to have. Hey there, Finn Strep. I'm not gonna even try. Hey there, Finn. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce your full name there, but welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, and glad to have you aboard. We were wrapping up building this new line of the railroad, the Lake Chama and Pacific Railroad, and giving it a little test run with one of the longer locomotives to make sure it can be negotiated successfully. The bell is pretty nice on this locomotive, I will admit.
Please take a moment to check out Harley's Parkles's channel.
Hey there, Harley. Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome on in. My name's Nico. And, yeah, we're playing some Railroads Online tonight.
Harley Sparkles streams with the furries on Twitch team. Go give them a follow.
Oh, indeed. Y'all should go check them out when you get a chance. And, yeah, welcome on in, Harley. How are you doing tonight? And, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me all about it. Time to head back downhill, I suppose. Before I do that, though, let's give this a save. Be on the safe side. Like to put the date in there and the time. Just to keep things organized in the folder. Save the game. There we go. Ah, doing good. Nice chill stream. Oh, in War Thunder. I don't know a whole heck of a lot about that, but is that like a war simulation game? Something like that? Tanks and all that kind of stuff. Well, we are headed back down the hill here. Nice tank and other war vehicle multiplayer game. Oh, multiplayer. Very nice. Yeah, it can be... Honestly, it can be a little challenging to find multiplayer games sometimes. This is why this game is so appealing to me. It's a multiplayer train simulator. Ah, yes. Yes. Games like Railroads Online and Derail Valley. Yeah, those are probably some of my top played games. Derail Valley, honestly, because I do a bit of modding, a fair amount of modding for it. My playtime would probably not be nearly as high if I didn't spend so many hours testing changes to my mods. Yes. I think I actually did one just last week, in fact. I actually don't do those very often. Oh, did I miss? I totally missed a transition thing here. It's the wall transition piece. Don't know how I missed that. We're here now, fixing it. That is a long piece there. To get that to look like it flows in there. Is that right? Oh, you know what? I know what it is. It's because of the way that this works with gradients and straight track. Oh, that's not the one I want. Ballast piece. So if we instead give this just a little bit of a curve, it will snap on down much faster. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a mod called Rolling Stock Ownership for Derail Valley that, yes, it does allow you to purchase the locomotives and the wagons. In fact, it requires you to purchase them because they won't spawn on their own. But I had built it for the pre-simulator version of the game. And of course, simulator update came out, changed a bunch of stuff, broke basically every mod in existence. And so I've still been working on slowly bringing that back up to speed with the latest version of the game. And I think I'm nearly there. I think I'm actually all the way there, bringing it up to speed with the latest version of the game. But what I do still need to bring it up to speed with is the newest version of Custom Car Loader. Because Katie Cat, the developer of that mod, went all in on the new train car types, and I did not. So in order to support her work, I will have to likewise go all in on the new types. Yeah, for sure. If you're in the official Derail Valley Discord server, I will definitely post it there once it's released. If you're in my Discord server, I do occasionally post some beta builds in there for folks to try and give me feedback on, and hopefully find, the bugs that I've missed, because I can't test everything. Or at least, even if I try to, I will inevitably miss something. That's just the way of the world. So yeah. And if you do want to join that Discord server, you can type !Discord in chat, and that'll get you the link. But yeah, this actually turned into a pretty nice route, if I do say so myself. Which I do. Oh, this is a bit of a hard curve here. Can we go on around it at top speed? We can. It's a little wobbly. We can make it. I kind of wonder what going uphill at top speed would be like. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's honestly a bit of a steep learning curve for some of the track laying. And even some of the track that I lay is like not great. But it's alright. I try my best. But we're having a community Railroads Online day this coming Saturday, if you're interested. Which details for that are also in my Discord server. And to your question, Finn, how many horses does this beast have? I have no idea. I think we could look at the tractive effort in the purchase menu, but I don't think it's in horsepower. I think it might be in like pound-feet or something like that. Oh, that was a little early, I suppose. Torque, perhaps, yes. Oh, you know what? I might be thinking of tractive effort rather than power. Yes. I don't know if capitalization matters. You may need the exclamation point at the beginning as well. Yeah, there it is. Good bot.
Capt Murdoch 00 streams with the furries on Twitch team. Go give them a follow.
Hey there, Capt. Welcome on in. Just stopping by to say have a good stream. All right. Oh, woo. Well, thanks so much for that. Oops. Can I get my other paw here? Here we go. Oh, thank you. Anyways, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, thanks for popping in. Well, I think we have a deficit of logs at the sawmill, so it might be a good use of time to go make a logging camp run. Now that the, I think actually this means that all of the routes that I have right now are connected. I may yet move the southern logging camp. I have one here and another one down here. This one in the northwest-ish region only services cordwood. Currently the southeastern one does service both logs and cordwood, but I'm thinking that I would switch that over to only logs. I also wonder how I'm doing in terms of water in the tender. Ah. Yeah, Derail Valley is honestly a great game. Like, oh, it's so good. Do you play him in VR by any chance? Because like that's really what got me into Derail Valley. I was like, oh, I can feel as if I'm actually in the train. What? At least from a visual perspective. I have been lucky enough to once get to drive a real locomotive. And it is I almost want to say it's easier than driving a locomotive in Derail Valley. But granted, I didn't have like, you know, several hundred tons of train behind me or anything. It was just running light, just the locomotive itself. But just like the inertia that you can feel in your body tells you so much about what's going on, and you just don't get that. Like, that's the one missing piece in VR. You get so much else. You get the visuals, you get the depth perception, you even get the audio, but just those inertial effects on the body is only the last piece, the last missing piece. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you can really feel the machine and what it's doing. Yeah. I guess, I should probably stock up on some wood here. Yes, running a heater or something like that. That's good. I think I've seen some like VR like smell integrations or something like that. But it's just like a series of vials with scents in them, and then like fans that blow over the top, and then like some integration with the game like tells it which smells to like send out. I don't know. I think I read about it somewhere. I haven't actually experienced it, but it seemed really interesting. Yeah, driving semis and big machines. Honestly, even small machines like can be really fun sometimes. Like a while back, I converted my bicycle into a fixie, and I put what is it? I think it's technically they're called clipless pedals, quote unquote. But like you clip into them, it's a very confusing name. But yeah, I put some of those on there, and oh man, when I'm clipped into that bike, and just like there's no coasting on the fixie, so like it's just like feet to pedals to crankshaft to sprocket to chain to other sprocket to wheel. It's so like that is all linked directly. Like there's not a lot of like play in that or anything or and it just feels so good. Like you really feel like you're part of the machine at that point, and just have so much understanding of what's going on. Do filament heater. Real heat. Yeah. Motorcycle. I see, yes. There's that one time, I wasn't actually looking. I don't know if it was classified as a motorcycle or not, but I was looking into, I think it was an electric moped. Which granted, like electric versus internal combustion is like very different beasts. But yeah, I just never went through with it, I guess. There's too many complications. But I used to live up at the top of a really big hill, and biking up it was no fun. No fun at all. Yeah, I would even like, there was the correct way to get up the hill, which was very, very steep and very, very challenging. And then there was a back way that probably may not have been legal to go up. Definitely went past the juvenile detention center and the fire department and some like radio tower or something. But yeah, it was just not as steep, and that was such a better way to get up that hill. Arizona's pretty flat. Yeah, I've not been there too much. I think I was there when I was younger. Visited they've got like a what do you call it, like oh, why am I blanking on this? Like an air museum, like an airplane museum or something like that. Air Force Museum, maybe. I think I've been out to that over there in Arizona. but I was very young, so like I don't. I remember seeing like pictures of it, but I don't really remember it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, locomotive's turned around. We're stocked up on water, stocked up on fuel, except for fuel in our firebox, apparently. I don't know how I let that go cold. I see. Yeah, I guess you would, driving big trucks around would definitely take you many places, I'd imagine. Makes sense. What's, yeah, like, what's one of the more interesting places you've ever been? Or at least that you found interesting, right? I think driving around through the mountains in Colorado. Oh, trying to think. No, that's not where we got stuck. So, when my nesting partner and I were first getting together, we went on this big road trip. I think it was like how many months? 1, 2, 3. Must have been, was it 3 or was it more? Maybe it was 3. Maybe it was only 3 months into our relationship, and we went on this 6 week long road trip. And the first night, very first night of this road trip, which of course, the first 4 days were us literally racing across the U.S. to make it to MFF, and that also sets the time of the year when this was happening. So there was a lot of ice and snow, but literally the first night we went to this campgrounds up in the mountains in Idaho, because it was like dispersed camping. Like, you know, you could just roll up and literally no one was there, because like who in their right minds would camp out in the mountains of Idaho in the winter? And so we pull into this campground, and suddenly we realize the car is stuck. We cannot get it back up the hill that we came down, and we're out of cell range. Like our cell phones aren't working, and so like I think we had to walk like a mile back up the dirt road to get cell service. And so we did that, and then we tried calling a tow truck, and they're like, yeah, no, we don't go out there. Like, and they're like, we're like, well, what do we do then? And they're like, oh, well, you need a wrecking service. And we're like, that sounds very serious. So we call this wrecking service, and we're like, hey, we're trapped. Can you please come help us get out? And they're like, yes, we can do that. They come out, but it actually, like, it took them, I want to say like an hour or an hour and a half, maybe even going on 2 hours. It took them a long time. Of course, time felt much longer when, you know, you're freezing your tail off and bundling up with like 2 layers of the thickest coats that you have with you, and multiple socks, and like as much as you can possibly put on your body just to stay warm. I think I forgot to set the handbrake on those. Oops. Yeah, but so they finally get out there, and we realize a wrecking service is just a tow truck that will go places that the tow trucks don't go. But yeah, no, oh, that was wild. Literally the first night, I could not believe it. And then, so we did not sleep that night because we were dealing with this. And by the time we were driving out, It was like 8 a.m. The sun was rising. And so my nesting partner Flick took the first shift driving, and I got some sleep. And then he pulled over and he's like, I can't drive anymore. I need you to take over. So I was like, okay. And so we're driving through Utah, and he's asleep in the passenger seat, and I'm driving along, and I see this sign, and it says, I forget exactly what it said. I want to say it may have just said promontory, or maybe it had like a train sign on it or something. But I was like, oh wait, this is the Golden Spike location, and I had to make this decision. I was like, do I take this detour for very purely selfish reasons, right? And check out this cool historic train related place, or do I keep driving because we're on a time crunch and we got to get to Chicago in only 3 more days? And I was just like, oh, what do I do? And finally I was just like, I can't live with myself if I drive past this and don't stop. And so I took the exit, and then like Flick eventually wakes up and he's like, why are we on this dirt road? Like, oh, and meanwhile, I think we had passed like a NASA rocket testing site that's just out there in the middle of the desert. And like, yeah, he's like, why are we here? And it's like, well, let me tell you, I saw a sign that said trains this way. But anyways, yeah, it was pretty fun. And they've got a little like national park, I guess, is what's there now, and they've got, you know, information about it, and they've got the Jupiter and the whatever the other one is that I can never remember the name of, that are out there. They may be replicas, they may be refurbished. I don't know exactly, but they look very nice. And apparently they also like take them out to run occasionally, I think, but like very rarely. Or at least that's what we heard from the staff there. Yeah, it just kind of happens out of nowhere. It's like part of the magic of like road trips, I think. Which I haven't been on very many road trips, but certainly have been on a few. And oftentimes, yeah, something special will happen. Yeah, it's just so cool to see what you'll find. Okay. Get going again here. Go pick up some logs. That's what our task is right now. I don't know, just send it. We don't gotta be slow for any reason. Just go. Let's see, other conventions heading to in the future. Yeah, actually, it's coming up pretty soon. I'll be at BLFC, which is gonna be weird, being a weekday con this time. But I'll be there. I'm even doing a concert there. Wednesday, 4 p.m., second stage. If anyone watching will also be there and wants to come out for some mostly cover music, a little bit of like a couple original pieces. It's also mostly piano music, but there's a few a cappella songs in the mix there. But yeah, that should be a lot of fun. And yes. Oh, you're headed to VLFC this year. How about that? Yes, yeah, totally. I would, love to have you stop by and check it out. And that goes for everyone, of course. Anyone who will be at VLFC, come on down. Wednesday, 4 p.m., second stage. You can even come early. Like, I think I have to be there at 3 p.m. to set up, and like it's second stage. It's just out in the middle of the ballroom. So like, if you want to come out and listen to mic check, like, come on down. But no, the concert does officially kick off at 4. Oh, yeah, that'd be awesome. Oh wow, group of 10. That's a pretty good group size. That's cool. That's cool. Have you all been before, or is it first time BLFC for anyone, or yeah, like what's y'all's stitch? No, I'm trying to think of like what number of BLFC this is for me. There was, I think 2017 was my first. Then I did 2018, 2019, 2020 was canceled. And then I think 2021 they were back? For better or worse. I think that was the con everyone got COVID. And then 2022, and then this year. So I think this will be my 6th BLFC. Local Arizona cons or MFF. Yeah. Yeah, I tend not to do MFF anymore. I've gone twice. And it's just so big. And if you don't, at least for me, if I'm not lucky enough to get one of like a room in the main hotel, it's just like, and then at a certain point, it's like if I'm going to not go or not getting this room, like, should I even try to get the room because it's so hard to get the room, and like plans will be so up in the air until whether I know I did or didn't. Anyways, there's closer cons that are more fun. Yeah. We have a lot of people. Yes. Yeah, nice. Yeah. I need to get back to AC, speaking of big cons. I need to get back there sometime. That was my first con ever. And I have not been back in doing some mental math here. Oh gosh, I think it's been 15 years. AC is Anthrocon, the one in Pittsburgh. Yeah, although granted, like, it was my first con, but then like I also didn't go to another con for another 4 years. So my second con was 4 years later. And then my third con was Further Confusion in San Jose. And that was 5 years after the second con, and then I've just been going to cons like crazy since. Slow down. Okay. Yeah, Dad, if you've been to a con, what was your first con? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm glad I could make that, and that folks would find it useful. That's what it's there for. Yeah, like I said, glad to hear that it's helped you out. Oh man, you know what I need to do? I'm probably not going to do it on stream, but I need to clean up this sorry excuse for a, a route up this way. It goes up and around the lake, and like it's I did not do a very good job laying that. It is also a hard route to take, though, of course. Oh, yours was Painted Desert in Arizona. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I don't think I've been to any Arizona cons yet. Maybe I should go to one someday. I've got at least a couple friends in Arizona. Yeah, so maybe someday. Trying to think where else. I feel like I've also been wanting to get to TFF for a little while and just haven't. And then also, Flick and I had plans to go to Infernal Equinox, which was my second con. That would have been my second time there. We had plans to go there in 2020. And that, of course, did not happen. The Arizona cons are smaller than most. Like, what is smaller than most? Like, what is the definition of that for you? Just out of curiosity. Oh, just a few hundreds. Okay, yeah. That's still a fairly small con. And I've been thinking that I should turn some day-night on. So let's do that. Ah, they're getting bigger. Okay. Yeah, I mean, most of the time that's a good thing. Some rare occasions that can be bad. Mostly just when the con like grows faster than it really can support is when it gets rough. And sometimes it'll even end up like killing cons, which is very unfortunate. It's definitely don't hope that never happens. But sometimes it does. But yeah, no, I mean, growing cons, that's good. Bringing more people in, everybody's hopefully having a good time, and yeah, getting to meet more folks, meet folks from different places. That's always a lot of fun. Some issues in management, but overall good growth. Yeah, that's good to hear. Right, I think we've got 4 more cars to load up here. Means I'm gonna run out of measurement poles. I've started doing this thing where I place down, well, now that we have props, there's the rail sign prop, which I've been placing down to know when to stop the cars. Whether in alignment with the cranes. Well, you know, there's always room to learn. You gotta start somewhere, so yeah, it's cool to hear that you've been getting into them. Always trying to be efficient. Yeah, sometimes I think, what's the quote? I think it was the community manager of Satisfactory said this recently. It's like if you give players the ability to optimize the fun out of a game, they will. And yeah, I think that speaks to some of the like efficiency stuff. Like, oh, like you gotta do this better, faster, less with less resources or whatever, you know. It's like sometimes I just wanna have fun. I just wanna come in and drive a train around. And, you know, am I doing it most efficiently? Maybe not. But am I having a good time? Hell yeah. I've not played Factorio, but I've definitely played a reasonable share, or maybe an unreasonable share, of Satisfactory. Speaking of which, I need to play that again sometime. But I think at this point, I'm just like, maybe I should just wait until 1.0. Yeah, I mean, it can be its own fun for sure. Ah, Factorio is your favorite game. Also, hello. 3aru? That's what I'm gonna assume the pronunciation of your name is. But yeah, welcome aboard. Glad to have you here tonight and hope you're doing well. And yeah, thanks for jumping in the conversation. Yeah. Yeah, I have some friends that play Factorio like all the time. And in fact, like, one of them has joined me a few times on Railroads Online. But when he's not joining me on Railroads Online, it's usually because he's playing Factorio. Which, to be fair, his partner plays Factorio with him, and I see the appeal. Because his partner is not quite so interested in trains. Oh, look at that. We're all loaded up. We can get out of here. Okay. Oh. This is a very heavy train, apparently. Yeah. Yeah, there's some, like, joy and pride almost, right? In doing, like, a good job at something. Do I have... Oh, I wonder if I have a handbrake set somewhere. I must. It's gotta be what's going on here. There's no way this train would stop if it was free rolling. I don't think so, anyway. Alright, where is it? Where's that handbrake? Nope. This one? Yep, there it is. Ugh. No wonder that was so hard. Yeah, by regulations. Doing stuff well. On that American Truck Simulator. Ah, yes. Oh, paperwork for deliveries on paper. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, honestly, especially with games like that where you have to plan out, like, routes or anything like that, like, sometimes it's just easier. Like, get that stuff out of your head and down on paper, you know? Do things break if the brakes are on? No, I don't think that they have, like brake pad damage or anything like that simulated in this game, like they do in other games like Derail Valley. But in fact, like you can run the trains off the tracks and they'll be sparkly new, and you just put them back on the tracks, and they're ready to go. So yeah, not a lot of simulation of like damage or anything like that. But yeah, it's a pretty fun game. And my fire is almost out, so I should probably look at that. Oh, on the train, please. Especially since as we exit here, I'm gonna need to throw that switch behind me. Mostly what you're not very sure about switching to steam engines. I guess in what regard switching to steam engines? Like how to operate them, how to fire them, and all that kind of stuff. I will tell you, the steam engines in this game, very easy. Yeah, for Derail Valley, for sure, yeah. Yeah, the simulation in that game is, oops, I should have been on the other side of the train. And there we go. Yeah, it's a much more rich simulation in Derail Valley, and much more accurate and everything. Granted, like, I mean, it's still a game. There's still only like so much you can do. But it's definitely a hell of a lot closer to to realism than this game is. Which it should be interesting to see what Century of Steam is like, because it sounds like they're going to have a pretty rich simulation in that game, and it is otherwise very similar to Railroads Online. Yeah, especially with the simulator update in Derail, like, oh, everything looks so good now. But yeah, because I think in the latest like gameplay teaser or demo or something or other that they posted on YouTube, they showed like that it actually has like all the controls for an oil-fired locomotive, and so like you can actually have a crew of like, here's the, you're the engineer, I'm the fireman, I'm gonna twiddle all the dials and knobs and stuff to set the flow rates to get the fire responding in the way that it needs to in order for you to do the driving or whatever, right? Like, and that seems pretty neat. So definitely much more interesting than just like, oh yeah, let me take these logs and throw them in the firebox and that's it. Although I do kind of wonder what their fire and wood fired and coal fired, what their fire fired, yeah, what their wood and coal fired locomotives are going to be like, because I think they're pretty different beasts when it comes to like how you work with them. Oh, VR game with 4 crew members in the submarine. Yeah, it sounds like a pretty fun game, actually. Kind of makes me think of, I think they ran it at Further Confusion once when I was there. Or rather, I did it once while I was there. They may run it multiple times, but I think it was called like Star Trek Bridge Simulator or Star Trek Experience or something like that. Or maybe it was generic space experience because we don't want to get sued by the copyright holders of Star Trek, but one of those, and it was like, it wasn't like it was more like a tabletop role-playing game or something like that, where you were like sitting at stations And I think there was like a projector screen involved or something that showed like some sort of, yeah, like tactics view or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, no, that was a pretty cool experience. And so yeah, I think things like that in VR, like I feel like VR is just built, it's just made for things like that. Yeah, it just works very well in that medium. Space Trip? Maybe that's what it was called. I feel like it wasn't. Trip doesn't sound familiar to me, but maybe it was. It's been a while. It's been a number of years. Go. Star Trek, Space Trip. I get it. Lest we offend the copyright gods. Or should I say the ghosts of Walt Disney. Yeah, it certainly can be pretty relaxing. I probably should have hopped off the train. I guess I wasn't certain exactly how fast it would stop. Definitely should hop off it now, as it continues to roll. Even with brakes applied fully. For sure, yeah. Yeah, some of just the like repetitive sounds can be really relaxing. That said, I think Railroads Online could stand to maybe, I don't know, improve its sounds a little bit. They're not all that great, but I mean, they exist, so that's something. For sure. Yeah, I've been using the driving menu a lot, but sometimes it is kind of nice to just kind of sit in the cab and get this experience as well. Well, I do kind of wish that we could turn off the like highlighting and stuff and the little pop-up menus. Because sometimes they're just not relevant, and it would be great to get them out of the way. Plus the throttle in the actual cab is a little bit more responsive than the one in the UI menu. Yeah, kind of sandboxy. Oh, well. I feel honored that you would call my work good. Or at least, I think that's what's implied there. How close are we? Not that close. And this is what having more crew would really help with. Knowing where the heck anything is. I don't know. Yeah, and I tend to like to build in a way that at least to some degree seems like something that a railroad would have built. I know I've seen plenty of Railroads Online maps where it's just like, yes, here's the loop around this industry so that you can pull your train full around it and, you know, unload these cars and load those cars over there without uncoupling anything, and then you're off again to the next industry, and like let's you know, take the time and either, you know, do a turn around on a Y or a turntable or something like that. It's like, well, let's take the time, or earlier, and maybe I'll do some tonight. I was doing some, what is it called? Drop switching, I think. Ooh, I need to stop. I hope I haven't passed the switch. Or I hope I don't pass the switch. Maybe I should hop on here. Oh, no. It's already happened. And this is why they don't let engineers use cell phones. But yeah, at any rate, I try not to do that. Oh, I was saying, oh yes, now I remember. I was doing some drop switching the other day. And I might do some tonight if there's time for it. Which there might be. Certainly might be. But that was actually, it's a thing that would have been legal in the period of time when this game is set. But I think in many cases is not legal anymore. But getting to experience it in a video game where the stakes are a lot lower is nice. Yeah. It is funny sometimes when the train's really going, we're like highballing it or something. Like I can barely even, I don't know what it's like for y'all, but like sometimes, at least in my headphones, like I can not hear the music anymore. Although I imagine it's probably pretty similar for y'all, because I do just have my system set up to monitor what y'all are hearing. It's getting dark. Time to turn on the headlight. And then of course I have to be going backwards. Looking forward to that level 5. We got a lot of experience points though to get there. And I also totally did not look at, oop, what is going on there? Anyways, at how many logs we need here. Looks like we need 19 more. We have 6, 12, 24. So there's going to be one of these that's not going to get completely unloaded. Yes, indeed. And before somebody asks for them to add polling to the game, and I don't mean like taking a survey. Yeah, but definitely some of these things became illegal for a very good reason. I think someone was describing what can go wrong with polling on a web forum that I was reading the other day, as something goes wrong and then you have crewmen on a stick. Ugh. I do not like thinking about what that means. Yep, there it is. Just as the light is fading. I kind of wish I had done that the other way, or in a some sensible manner, so that the logs were at one end and the empties were at the other. But I didn't think about that. But yeah, we're having fun. Who needs to be fully efficient? Yes, those emoji definitely capture the expected sentiment that I think yeah, pretty much anyone would have at learning that. You think railroads are all fun and games, and then you get, I don't know, impaled with a giant timber. Let's see what else. We could get crushed between the couplers. Probably get some part of our body stuck in any of these moving parts. This is becoming one of those episodes of like Dumb Ways to Die, Railroad Edition. Oh yeah, the boiler could blow up. Could just get plain run over. Yeah, I think these link and pin couplers that are on the trains that are in this game, and that were on trains at this period of time, were notorious for taking people's hands. Because you'd have to stand in there holding the link up so that it would actually get into the other socket. And yeah, sometimes, you know, the car's coming a little faster than you think it is, and you don't get your hands out of the way in time. And that's not good. And then that's why we have knuckle couplers, so that that doesn't happen anymore. I'm not exactly certain what would be worth that bodily injury, but you say so. Which machine is that? Oh, and then we're gonna hoof it and try to catch the train because we're a crew of one. Be so much easier with a larger crew. I am all down. Stop the train. Okay. Cool. We'll set that, and I think we'll just leave it out here. Fine. What could we do? We could take this other train. Oh, you know what? Let's turn off the headlight since we're not using it right now. We could take this other train and do a load of lumber and beams. Oh, and we could even take some beams over. I think it's beams. We'll find out in a second. Yeah, we could take some beams over to the oil field. That's a place where those go. Oh. Okay. Stuck my head in the headlight, I guess. It may be a headlight, but not like that. Okay. Well, we're gonna let the water temperature come up here for a second, and that'll give me an opportunity to take a quick break, and then when I'm back, we'll run another train and go pick up some lumber and some beams. See you back here soon. Ooh. I have returned. And just in time for the dawn to break, it appears. We have simulated the the FRA 12-hour rest period. I don't know. Anyways, let's get this train out of here. Oh, speaking of which, we've probably got a handbrake on somewhere. Wouldn't you know it? That's probably the only one. Might be another one at this end. Nope. Okay. Double checking. Alright. Off we go. I actually haven't tried drop switching with this locomotive yet, so this will be a new experience. On one hand, it's a shorter locomotive than the one that I was doing it with previously. And on the other hand, it's a slower locomotive. Oh, yeah, putting the brakes on when uncoupling. Yeah, I've been getting better at it, but also kind of failing a lot tonight. It seems there's been a number of times that I've gone to couple up to something and it's just started rolling away from me, and I was like, oh yes, I forgot to set the brakes. Oh, and in derail all the time, especially because the handbrakes are new. I'll go to turn the job in and it'll be like, you need to turn those brakes on. I was like, oh, come on, you're right. Oh yeah, for sure. That's when it happens. Like I thought I was done with this. Are you telling me I'm not? Okay. Oops, that is the wrong key. There we go. Ooh, oh, I need to be on that side. Oh yeah, cause that place is so big, and there's just the one station office, unless you count the military yard, but like that's its own separate thing. Oh, I also realized something that is not good, but we will deal with it, I think. And I will tell you later what it was, but I need to throw that switch for us to be able to deal with it. And now I need to be able to catch the train in order to do the drop switch. Here's hoping it is going to stay slow enough that we can catch it. We need to do. There we go. Alright, well, let's get up to that locomotive. Get up in the cab. Alright, let's pick up some speed. Indeed, right? I just need the fulfillment, knowing that I have completed this task successfully. Alright. Here we go. Ooh. This is a much slower engine. And it stops a lot faster too. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that is very not good. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. It's just gone forever. Yeah, I mean, there's been worse derailments in my history of this game. It is just also unfortunate because now the engine is here and the cars are there, except for this one. uh, hmm. What to do about that? Oh, that was interesting. What? We have some rubber train cars here. Bounced me right back. Oh, it did it again. Alright. Nope. Nope. There we go. Yeah. Can I get this back? Maybe if I pull it. Oh, wait. Let me throw this first. This might also cause its own problems. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. Okay. Let me try pulling it forward. I think that's going to be the solution to get these back on the rails. Given their current state. And what I know about the game. Okay. Alright. That task has been a success. So now... Let me see. Now we just have to deal with the fact that they're over there. Alright. I think what we're gonna try to do is we're just gonna try to do it again. And just do it better. It's definitely more challenging to do this with this locomotive. Alright. That should be probably plenty of distance. Plenty of run up to get us up to speed. And we need to go not full speed at first. Like, that's good. That's a good speed. We need to maintain it. or until I get frustrated and like go somewhere with a passing siding. And run around to the other end of the train. Like a normal law-abiding human. Who does that? That's no fun. Oh, this is not looking good already. Go further. No, your brakes are too good! Ugh. Maybe it'll just push it this time. No. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I also don't think we can recover it quite the same way this time. Oh, interesting, and it threw the switch back again. I think we might need a different tactic here. that one's just very off. We didn't need that one anyway. Alright, let's catch the other ones. Okay. One more time? Maybe we'll get it this time. Eventually we'll just have, like, all of the cars will be on the ground. And we'll have no more, and it'll be great. Job accomplished. Mission complete. I think I just need to let the engine coast. I don't... And then maybe I'll teleport to the telegraph office and catch it that way. This would be so much easier with more than one person. And like I said, I was doing it just fine the other day with a different locomotive. Slow down. Just a little. It's probably fine. Oh, we just don't move away from it very fast at all. Okay. Cut throttle. Off. Wait for it to clear. Throw the switch. And hope that we don't hit the one that's on the side. Try to catch the engine. Here we go. There we go. That's the tactic. Yeah, that's how we get it done. Oh. I do have the one on its side that's still take care of. Can I catch those? They're going pretty slow. Because there's that one in the front that's not coupled. Although I think also having struck it has taken a lot of the momentum out of this. No! It's getting away. I guess most of the momentum transferred into this one. Instantly stops. Wow. Strong brakes. Oh, we had links and pins on both sides. Oops. Oop, oh, there we go. And that's rolling backwards, which I don't like. Alright, let's go re-rail this wagon and bring them all in. Get them loaded up. One casualty is acceptable. Yeah, lucky for us, we just gotta do this. And then it's all better. Look at that. All better. Uh-oh. I forgot to throw the switch. There we go. Okay, we're going a little fast here. Whoop. All right. Like nothing ever happened. Yeah. No need to report this. Why, yes, all the wagons did stay on the rails. Why would you think anything otherwise? What a preposterous question to ask. Oh, you know what? I've got a 1% brake on that last car. I forgot about that. Oh, that's actually probably doing us some good here. Brakes. Or actually not. Let's go. Or actually, yes. Oh man, I can't make up my mind. Maybe that's okay. I'm gonna actually back up just a touch. I think that's gonna be where we want to be. Let's find out. What have we got going on here? Let's grab some boards, some lumber. That's the word for it. No comment. How many cars do we have here? We've got 8. Okay. And we've got, let's see, lumber and beams going to the iron mine. And then what goes to oil field is beams. Ah, okay. I was looking at a Steam guide because heck, I can't remember all this stuff. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to take half of the train to the iron mine. So we'll do 2 and 2. And then we'll do the other 4 to the oil field. I think that's how we're going to do that. I'm considering too if we should maybe pick up some bulkhead flat cars. Grab some cordwood while we're at it. It might be like I've played this game before, you know. Just maybe. Okay, in that case, we are going to go ahead and move it forward. That handbrake, I keep forgetting about it. Boy, does it really change how this engine handles. Well, train in general. Okay. There we go. Alright, loading up lots of beams. Unfortunately, looks like we're gonna have to make 2 more stops because these cars are separated from each other. Oh well. What if we could do a rolling load? That would be interesting if we could. I don't know if we can pull that off though. Oh, hell yeah. You should. If you want to, of course. But it sounds like you do. That is not lined up in the slightest. Fair enough. Yeah, I remember. Actually, it was it's not a person who told me to get it, but someone that met while I was at. Oh gosh, where was I? It must have been BLFC. Yeah, it must have been BLFC last year, I think, or the year before. Anyways, it was at a BLFC recently. And I had just recently picked up this game, and I met someone coincidentally from Arizona who was also excited about the game. And yeah, we've played at least once. That handbrake. Ugh. I don't even remember how it came up. It just did. All right. Let's turn that off. Yeah. Like if you're playing with someone and that's like really become your core experience, but then they're like, yeah, meh, I'm not playing this anymore. It's like, no, come back, I need you. Especially like if they start playing a different game and it's like you have no interest in that game, right? Oh, and as we pass, turn the brakes on just a little bit. Actually, maybe just a lot of bit. Okay. I want to get some of that speed to not be anymore. I can come back here and throw this switch as we clear it. That'll set us up for whatever we do next. Whether that be doing another drop switch or flying switch, or for delivering some logs, or for going up to the smelter. Any and all those things. Ah, I see. Yeah. That's rough if you're waiting on them to continue. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this game is definitely a much different experience, single player versus multiplayer. Okay, a little bit of an explanation when we pass the main yard here as to why I needed to run back and throw the switch. If we look ahead here, There's some stuff going on here. It actually happens to be the starter water tower and telegraph office, which you can delete, but apparently, which the game spawns back in every time it loads the map, which I am just learning right now. And so, that's why we're on this track right now, because if we were on that track, we would be colliding with them. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I guess like if you're gonna have a single player experience, you might as well be playing a single player game, right? I would have to fix that somehow. Don't know how. At least for now, I can just delete them again. They gone. Ooh, yeah. Oh, really? I did not know. Yeah, the reason I got into streaming was T-Rail Valley. I discovered that and it was like pandemic times, and I was borrowing a friend's VR system. I was like, this is a lot of fun. What's this streaming thing? Huh. And yeah, definitely gotten much more into it since then. Oh, I totally forgot. Oh well. I was gonna pick up some bulkhead flat cars while we were heading out this way. Yeah. Yeah. It's nice sometimes to share the experience, you know? And then other times it's nice to just kick back and relax and kind of have some me time, you know? But yeah, I think most of the times it's a lot of fun to share the experience. Alright, this is a portion of the railway that I have not streamed yet, so it's all new. Here is the other logging camp with only cordwood. For sure, yeah. Yep, I am certainly not there. This is interesting. This locomotive's brakes are really good at stopping itself, but not quite so good at stopping a train, like a full train. So that's interesting. It's probably just that this locomotive is so much lighter than the other one that I was using previously to do the flying switch. Here we are in the desert biome. I think it's honestly just the desert and then the, you know, temperate or not quite temperate. I don't know what it would be called. It'd be like whatever the Pacific Northwest is. I'm sure that has a name. I just don't know it. Honestly, like, I don't even remember a time when I didn't, like, when I wasn't interested in trains, so probably when I was a kid, when I had, like, some toy trains as a kid, and there was, a local, I guess, like, historic society or something, historic railroad society, in the hometown I grew up in, that my mom would actually had actually volunteered there, and she's run their 40-ton switcher or something like that. It was a little diesel switching locomotive. Yeah. So just kind of was. Yeah, no, I think sometimes I almost get like a weird sort of like imposter syndrome. Sounds kind of weird, but because like someone will be like, "Oh, what's your favorite this engine?" or what's your take on like this engine? And I'm like, I don't know. I just think trains are pretty cool, you know? Like, maybe I have opinions on like aesthetics or whatever, but like asking what my favorite engine is, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, like if there's one in sight, I'm like, that one's pretty cool. Maybe not. Maybe I'm like actually like, well, that one's a little weird looking, but you know, it's cool in its own way. But anyways, yeah, sometimes just a little weird because I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know. Well, I feel very validated. Thanks, y'all. Alright, we're going to go ahead and shunt these empties over into the siding here. And we'll head on out to the oil field. I've not. I've considered it, but I think the only way that I would do that is would involve a lot more changes in my life. Or at least one of the ways that I'd be most interested in doing that, at least pursuing a career in railroading. I don't think I would really do that here in the States. At least not here in California. Too expensive. Did I not set the brakes? No, I totally did set the brakes. Mm-hmm. I think too. I am currently have a career in software engineering, and oh, I missed my coupler. Um, and so I think I've kind of gotten used to the style of work that comes with that. Like I can work remote. I can, to some degree, set my own hours if need be. Um, depends. Depend. Like that one's a little bit less guaranteed. But yeah, no. There's a lot of advantages. um, that certainly would be given up to take a job that requires you to be in a place at a time for a duration, and there is no like, oh, I got this done faster or whatever, and I have something that I need to do after work today, so I'm gonna leave a little early or whatever, right? Like, nope, you're on the train, you've got a schedule or whatever, right? And you're there until it's over. Sometimes later if you get held up or something. So it's a very different experience, working experience. Hmm. Mm. Yeah, for sure. Now for the interesting part of the railway. I actually haven't taken revenue service to the oil field, so I don't know what this is gonna be like. Maybe slow things down. Maybe let's not. Oh, I changed my mind. Oh. I let the fire go out. That's what's happening here. Well, that's a little bit of a problem. Oh, goodness. Well, here we are. Oh yes, can't even blow the whistle because we have no pressure. More like a guideline, yes, indeed. Well, welcome on in, Draco, by the way. Hope you are doing well tonight, and glad to have you aboard. Indeed, yes, we can certainly recover from it. Yeah. Oh, tired Foxo. Ah. we're almost back. We're almost back in business. Now, of course, I saw this and it's like, I have to build a track that goes through there. How could you not? So that is indeed where we're going. Making our way up to there. Aha. Yeah, for sure. Be glad to have you there. The philosophical question. Is a monorail the ultimate narrow gauge? I mean, I guess maybe it depends, cause like, there's the monorails that have the big, thick concrete tracks, right? And then I feel like I've only seen one example, but there is definitely a monorail in the world. Give me a second here. Get going. There is definitely a monorail in the world that has like a normal rail, like a normal steel rail, but just one. And so I feel like that is the ultimate narrow gauge. Oh, have a good night. None of that, like, you know, Disneyland, concrete rail, monorail. None of that. No, that's not narrow gauge. That's like, it's like narrow automobile. Getting a little spicy there. All right. Well, here we are at the loop. The most treacherous section of track in all of the Lake Chama and Pacific Railroad. Hidden bussery. Yes, indeed, Second King. Those types of monorails are indeed light on rail. Alright, we gotta have some speed, just not a lot of it. Interesting that this locomotive even is having difficulty, or at least bouncing around a lot, it seems. Yeah, train brakes. Could be useful. Could definitely be useful. Okay, well, we are here as the sun begins to set, it seems, too. Ah, the flat cars are pushing. I see. I could probably tie the handbrake down at the back of the train then. Like if I stopped at the top of the hill. Maybe I should put a sign for that. Looks like we are running out of daylight here. we'll have to turn the headlight on. Like 40%, yeah. Something like that, 40, 50%. Maybe even less, but who knows. I'm sure the person who has tried it knows, but no one's tried it yet, so that person doesn't exist yet. Oh yes, headlight. There we go. That's better. Alright, let's get this engine turned around. Yeah, I don't think it would be advisable to push wagons up that hill. Wait, why am I doing this? The engine's already backwards. Okay. Hold up a sec here. That was definitely dumb. I'm sure that this Y will be useful at some point, but it's not needed right now. Oops. A little short there. There we go. Okay, this is gonna be better. All we need to do is get back onto the main track, run around cars. We'll be on the other end. We'll be able to push them back into the yard here. Oh, before I do that, there we go. Oh, there's already a link in this end. How about that? It's getting a little dark here. Alright, now where are these going, actually? Let me get out on the ground here. See what we're doing. I think these tracks both go to the loading areas. I think this is the one that we want. No clubs on this railroad. We use our hands. Huh? And okay, that switch I believe is also aligned. Cool. Okay. back we go. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see, I see. Ah, I didn't know about the clubs. A cool little historical tidbit. Although, maybe not quite so cool for the folks who lost their fingers. Okay, here we are. Far away from level 4 still. Yeah, knocks us right off the platform there. Alright, a few more to unload. How many can this store? 30. Okay. Definitely don't have that many. I think we've got 12 here. Alright. A few more. Oops. Brake's not off. That's why we're not moving. These last few to drop off. And there we go. 12 beams delivered. Great. Okay. Well then, let's check this just to make sure. We'll probably stoke it a little bit more. Yeah, that ought to do. And we're all set to get out of here. I think they changed the appearance of these little shacks with the oil pumps in this most recent update. Those look different than I recall them looking before. They look pretty good though. You know what? Probably run back here and do this thing. All right, let's go. We gotta climb that hill. Slowly though, as the sign warns us. Though given how much of a hill it is, it may be hard to not take it slowly. Oh no, we're actually picking up some speed here. Also bouncing around a lot. I think up here at the top, I will pause for a moment and set up some signage. So let's put a sign, let's put it over here. Let's do one of the stop signs. Turn that right around here. Give it a little tilt. That looks nice, a little tilt. And let's do a text sign. Let's say, can we say prepare for that fit? Sure does. Say it on the back too? No, okay, good. And if that's gonna be far enough away from the track though, not cause issues. Could actually kind of cant it the other way. And then let's grab one more text sign. And we'll say, tie rear handbrake. Sure. Hopefully that's enough warning for folks. Oh yeah, it should be plenty clear of the right of way, so that's good. Definitely take some active engineering there to keep the speed in good range. Although not quite what was necessary for the loop over by the oil field. Also, I'm just seeing your message that the sign can't hurt you because you can't read. Indeed. It's such a meme. Good one, though. The sign can't stop me because I can't read. Oh, what track are we aligned to? Probably not one that we would want to be. And here to the switch. Granted, seems like the engine will stop by the time we get there. There we go. Alright, now all we have to do is pick up these last few cars that we've got here. We'll be on our way. So when I was first building this, I built this bridge too low. And I tried to bring one of the passenger cars through here. Just like a, maintenance way crew vehicle kind of thing. And totally did not make it underneath. We bunked that bridge real good. And then I had to go through the trouble of raising it all up enough so that we could fit a train underneath. But that, of course, meant reworking like actually not most, all of the loop that's down here. But luckily I only needed to like relay from there-ish, I think just this wooden bridge here, and then everything coming down to the other end of the yard. Including redoing a little bit of the other end of the yard. Yeah. But that was pretty funny. Pretty frustrating, pretty funny. There's some very limited tools for measuring things. And certainly not measurement in the way of like planning, I guess. We were laying some track earlier and using this tool a lot, but yeah, essentially the tool for measurement is this box, this construction menu, that we can see kind of the grade that we're laying the track at, or at least attempting to lay the track at, the radius of the curve. We can go all the way down to like 30 meters, and then there's the length, of course. So we can measure those things, but it's a very, very active form of measurement. It's not just like, I'm gonna, I don't know, use a tape measure, or I'm gonna, you know, use some like sight glass surveying tool thing that I don't know what they're called. Nothing like that. Well, that would be really cool and probably also very useful. Theodolite. Hmm. There's some things that I forget, but I've heard before. Or rather, I don't know, but I've heard before and I've just forgotten. But this is definitely one of the things that I have never heard before. But cool that you know the name for that thing. Alright, let's get out of here. You know, I did not look to see what the status was of the supplies back at the iron ore mine. I'm sure our train will be fine. We'll catch it at the logging camp, hopefully. Blowing train size holes in everything is also a valid method. Well, there's no terrain modification. So, oh yes, of course, these will be empty. But this is at 195 out of 290. I think we need to start moving some iron ore. That sounds like. Alright. Now where's that train? Ooh, I see it in the distance. I see it in the not quite so distance. There we go. Back aboard. Luckily this engine runs a little slower than some of the other ones that I was using when I was previously laying some track. Into the yard here. I'm trying to think what we need up at the smelter, and it is iron ore and cordwood. Can I get to the other side? Ooh, fancy. Oh, I hope that has enough momentum to carry the whole train into the siding. I've got this feeling it may not. Oh, we're getting there. Maybe it will. All right, there we go. Yeah, nice. Might even stop on its own at a pretty decent spot. Well, let's tie down the cars. I think there's also a link to recover there. It'd be interesting if you had like a certain number of links. And when you put them into cars, like it took them from your inventory. You'd actually like have to go get them off of cars to have more of them. Granted, they could also implement that so that if the link broke in a derailment or something, like you just would not be able to recover it. Interesting. Maybe a little over the top in terms of annoyances. Let's switch that one straight through. Smelt new links. Oh no. But you can't get the car of iron ore. You know what? You can push that car. I just hope you can get behind it. That's the only thing. If it's in a stub siding, yeah, then you're kind of screwed. Oh, okay. Whew. Man, I think I'm gonna take a break. Short break. And then we might pick up some what do you call it? Bulkhead flats and maybe some hoppers. And go do a run up to the smelter. Yeah. Although I think I don't have the ironworks placed yet, so that'll be a future thing, I think. Anyways, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back, and then we'll figure out what's going on. And we might do that thing that I said. Anyways, be right back. All right, I am back, and I think instead of running some more trains, it would be perhaps a better use of time to take a look at where we can build some more industry. Probably taking a look at ironworks next. I kind of have a list of industries that I would want to put near each other. Not necessarily near each other, like in close proximity, but near each other as in like on the same train line. I've already got sawmill and smelter on the same line. And I've got oil field and iron mine, and then as well as the cordwood, the logging camp for the cordwood. It's all on line. So the other two lines that I have planned are ironworks and logging camp, and then refinery and coal mine. Obviously, I have another logging camp already, but I am a little bit tempted to perhaps move that. Although it is nice, like I do kind of like it. It might also be good to do some cleanup, because there is some rails hereabouts and everywhere. Speaking of which, as the owner of this particular map, I get to place industries, which means I can also fly. It activates a flying mode when you go to place an industry. So nice new method of fast travel that we've got in the game now. So time to clean up some of this old track. This was a Y that I was originally using, but am not using anymore. We'll go probably rip out that whole failed and no longer connected coastal route to the logging camp. Got a few more pieces of track here. A few more segments. It does indeed. I suppose it does. Okay, well, with that removed, we can go hop on over here. I think it starts pretty close to the sawmill. Yeah, there it is. So far to run. Oh, how did I like double jump there? I suppose we'll get to see this route as I destroy it. It was okay. I definitely like the smelter route that we have now. Much better than this one. But we were definitely right down by the water for this route. It was very tricky to drive along though. Lots of tight twists and turns. Even the Montezuma, which is it's not the most stable locomotive, but it's not the most top heavy either. And it was like wanting to fall over. Sinks into the lake. Oh, I see. Knew we should have reclaimed that iron or that steel before it sunk into the lake. Now it's all rusted. We can't use that. I think, isn't there that Amtrak route down by San Diego that like the tracks keep falling in, or I don't know if they're exactly sinking. No, I think the cliff falls or something like that. Like it erodes away and then the track gets washed out or something. I just know it keeps getting shut down. It's what it's kind of making me think of when you're talking about the soil inundation there. This was an area I'd been contemplating maybe moving the logging camp to, which is not far removed from where it is right now. Which is probably why I haven't done it. Not much of a change. This was a very tight turn. It was very challenging to get up that hill because it's also very steep. So yeah, not a very good route. I will probably have to keep some amount of this or potentially relay it to be straight. Maybe we'll keep it up to there. Yeah, why not? That'll give us lots of kind of spare track in case we should happen to run through here, but I don't think we're going to because we're probably going to be stopping at the oh goodness, at the logging camp here. Oh, unless of course we move it. Alright, over here to the smelter, and not the smelter that we've actually connected, but another alternate position where I might have placed it. But I decided that this was just a little bit too tucked away. There was a pretty steep hill getting into here. And then as well, it's very far around the lake. I'd already kind of been planning to go around the west side of the lake, but this is kind of closer to the east side than it is the west side. So I decided against that. And then that's how it wound up. Wherever it is, over there. There it is. Yeah. That does mean that it needs to be removed from over here. Whee! Alright. Goodbye, smelter. Alright. And then let's do one additional thing here before we get looking to where we could place another industry. Let's go ahead and fly back on over to the real smelter. There it is. Whoa! Watch out for the tree. And we'll go ahead and put a... oh, what do you call it? A telegraph office here somewhere. Way over in Smeltadelphia. Indeed. Quite a long ways away from where we were before. You know what? Let's... I don't know. We'll just slap a telegraph office down here somewhere. Probably end up moving it later anyways. Put it like there. Why not? Why not? Cool. I don't think there was anything more I had to clean up on this route. I think I'd already taken care of that. We did the whole coastal route. We did the duplicate smelter. We've got a telegraph office here now. Yeah, so I think it's about time to find a place for some industries. Like the ironworks. However, it appears that when this initially pops into existence as part of the placement tool, it kind of sets an initial height for the platforms and things. So it seems best to come somewhere where it's flat first, and then bring out the industry so we get those nice flat platforms. Granted, they do adjust to the train when it is finally placed, but this at least helps us judge how flat the train is as we're flying about. So one potential option for the ironworks is to place it somewhere down over here along the route to the logging camp that we have right now. And it's looking like, I think this is fairly flat in here. So, I mean, this is a pretty good place in terms of just the space that exists. It would probably be over here somewhere where we need to place it. Yeah, right? I mean, I kind of view this game as maybe a bit of a sandbox game. How it kind of feels. So it's, you know, it's kind of like do whatever. And just have fun, you know? We could place it up here maybe, but I don't think that this is quite as level as it was down there. Yeah, I think if we place it in this area, this would be the place to put it. Down here. Right down here. So how would we place this? We could have this be maybe an industry that gets worked outbound. I'm also kind of thinking it might be interesting to put a freight depot around here. So we get to place 3 of each industry if we want. And so I was kind of thinking of putting some freight depots down and building towns around them. Could be kind of interesting. An endangered species of butterfly. I don't know. This is the 1800s and early 1900s, so did they really care back then? They may not have, as unfortunate as that is. There's also the area over here in the swamp. Doesn't seem ideal. But if it's flat, it's flat. It does appear to be pretty flat. So I think maybe the way to do this would be to put the industry over here. Yeah, put the industry over here. Maybe something like that. Of course, we get a couple, like I said, we get 3 of each industry. So we can test out some different locations. And then I guess the other thought would be to put a freight depot over here, kind of along the main line, or thereabouts. We'd actually probably end up maybe putting it further down this way. Kind of want to be able to see where the ironworks are, so that we could branch out from a siding over here to over there. And yeah, maybe something like that. So that's one possibility. Now granted, we could move the logging camp. I'm kind of a little tempted to perhaps put maybe like a coal mine instead down in the south. Look at a map. Ah, I can open the map. Maybe let's explore where we could put the coal mine down here. In which case, I might move these things up north, but maybe they're okay down here. Be all right. But yeah, where would be a good place for coal mine if we were to put it down here? Wait, the back there. I mean, maybe we could take it back here. This would be at least a place to put it, which would be kind of cool. It would be along the river. And we do have we have a bit of a hill back here we could maybe utilize to prop this up. No. Ooh, maybe over here. Something like that? We're clipping into hillside there with the rails platform. Maybe, yeah, maybe like there. What's that like? That is pretty nice. We run out of space real fast though. But that could be okay. We could definitely make this work. So this is definitely a potential location for this. And it works pretty good because it's got a bit of a hillside to it, which is nice. But then would be a question of we need to put the oil refinery down here somewhere. And I guess in that case, we could either, we could swap the logging camp for an oil refinery, perhaps. Like put that down here somewhere. Somehow. We'd figure it out. Maybe it'd be the other way. Maybe we'd face it the other way. Something like that, or... Yeah. And maybe, honestly, let's just place it. See what it's like. Yeah, this is definitely one of the areas that's pretty flat. So, I mean, that could work. quite the noise. Yeah, let's get that out of there just so we can see. I don't know if I'm sold on that, but that is an option. An option. So let's say what if we did that? Where would we put the other logging camp? We'd have to put it north, I think. I think ideally it wouldn't be somewhere that's too crazy to get to. Although it certainly would make sense for it to be more remote than something like the ironworks. I toyed around with placing a logging camp in here before, but there's not around a lot of trees around, which is part of the reason why I want to move the logging camp to begin with. In which case, like, it might make sense to put it up here. But this is just so far from everything. Very successful. Yeah. Well, and so, the other thought, why I was kind of tempted to put it, to move it like just a little bit from where it was, is because down here, I come back here. Where were we? Oh, over here. Yeah. Like, if it was to be placed down here, what industry do I have? I have a refinery. Let me pull out a logging camp. If it was to be placed somewhere down in this area, ooh, actually, like, maybe even over here would work pretty well. Basically, I had this idea of like, okay, so I don't know, there's some logging operation that happens upstream in this river, and then they send the logs down to the logging camp that's down here, where the railroad picks them up. That was kind of my idea of that. How level is this area? It looks like we've got some height variation here, at least with this building just sinking way down here. Yeah, that's wait, oh yeah, they're gonna have trouble getting into that building. Oh well. Yeah, but definitely, it could work over here, because at least the platforms themselves are pretty level. Yeah, and then we can just kind of build over this. You know, there was just this sinkhole that opened up, and suddenly, you know, we thought we'd built this on solid ground, but there it was, like 10 feet down, and we're like, oh, we don't talk about Bob. That was his shack. Anyways, yeah, but certainly this would be a place that we could put it. I also realized that the day cycle is still on. That would also give us some reason to not build tracks over to the cordwood here, because we are getting that from a different logging camp. I do also, to some degree, wish that we could build more than 3 industries. So I'd love to test some different locations, but I'm stuck with only being able to build one additional at a time, since I've already placed 2. Hey, Shadowwalker, welcome on in. Yeah, hope you're doing well this evening, and glad to have you aboard. We are playing some Railroads Online, and mostly it's just me right now humming and hawing about where to place industries on the map. Maybe this works. Let me pull out another industry so I can just at least fly again and get a better survey of what's going on here. Also, let me turn off the day-night cycle so we don't lose our light. Oh, you've been avoiding the new map for that reason, I see. Yeah, there's a couple maps that the devs have posted with the industries already placed. So that's something you're looking for. That might be just the thing. Oh, for some reason. What? What? Yep. Okay. I'm just gonna have to exit that and then start again. Yeah, they're in the official Railroads Online Discord server. I checked out some of them. Some of them were not quite my style. Let's put it that way. I do also kind of have some like goals in mind for where I want to put the industries, because I was before they came out with the new map, I was already working on a version of the original map that had the industries relocated. So this isn't like too far removed from what I was already doing. It's just different terrain now, and honestly, a much easier tool for placing the industries. Because the old system was place a telegraph office down, save the game, load the save into Railroad Studio, replace the telegraph office with a different industry, then load the game again. And yeah, it was a bit of a complicated process, especially if something was a little bit off. It was rough. Oh yeah, for sure. And you definitely didn't. Not on the first try. Or at least very rarely on the first try. Because now we get to see like the full extent of the industry and like where it starts clipping into the terrain and stuff. Like, I'm not gonna put that there because it's clipping into the train and it's in the middle of a river. You know. But yeah, no, with the old system, it was like, it's definitely guess and check. Right, but I was talking about potentially putting logging camp over here, kind of where there's some more trees, and also where it kind of has the narrative story of they're sending the logs down the river and then collecting them here to get sent away on the railroad. Then the question becomes, where would the iron mine, not the iron mine, the iron works go? And I think too, because I'm kind of digging that location for the coal mine and that location for the refinery. But I mean, I don't need to put them there. I do kind of want to balance like 2 routes to the south, 2 routes to the north, do that kind of thing. Plus, like, I mean, I think there's just a lot of space that's easily accessible to the south. I think it's really easy to end up putting stuff there. Whereas like the north, like, oh man, you have a mountain to climb here. But yeah, if I was to put something over here, I think it'd probably be, how flat is this area? My guess is not very. Yeah. Definitely a bit of a slope, this whole area here. So yeah, and this area over here is pretty hilly. And if we come up here, I think this area is pretty flat. All in through here. So it might make sense to put an industry down here. So like maybe I would put the ironworks down here. I just love that story with the river. It's just like such, it sells it so good. I'm just, yeah, kind of want to do that. Oh right, but we could we were talking about what if we moved, they don't give you a sawmill, no, which is yeah, that's pretty interesting because the sawmill is a very particular building. And in fact, that's one that I never tried moving on the old map. I just left it where it was. Oh, that's a thing that exists. Spoilers, I guess, because I think they mentioned an Easter egg, and that must be it. Lol. Mount Conductmore. Maybe we could put a. I mean, we could potentially put a coal mine over here somewhere. How much space do we have over here? Not much. That is the edge of the map. How far can I go this way? I can only go this far. Okay. Good to know. Definitely not going to place the coal mine right over here then. Alright, let's see. Oof, we are hitting the ceiling here. There's also this interesting, like, ravine. That's a pretty cool feature. Nice shale mountains. Yeah, I see. I'm still waiting for them to give us some snow-capped mountains in a playable area. And maybe we could tuck it like back here somewhere. That seems like it'd make it kind of difficult. Kind of more difficult than I would really be hoping to sign up for. We got some stuff over here. I guess another thought too is what if I put the coal mine and the refinery with the logging camp? I'm like wondering in my head if that works, because then that leaves only the ironworks for its own branch. But then we could place 2 freight depot along the way, like 2 towns that are down that way. Yeah, that's potentially a way to do it. Because I'm basically trying to split up the industries that feed into each other, so that they're all on different lines, which means that the goods have to come back to the main rail yard, and then go out on a different train to get to where they're going. So if that was the case, I could put the logging camp where I kind of want it, by the river. And then put the coal mine back where I put it already, which seems like a pretty good place. Can I pull up the map? Yeah, having the coal mine over here seems pretty good. Then the logging camp becomes here. And then we probably put the refinery down here somewhere. The refinery... No, we don't... I mean, the refinery could be, like, in a little town. But we would probably not want to put a freight depot. Although, like, this route, I don't think there's any way for me to cram something more into this route. So as much as I wanted to put a freight depot and build a little town around it on this route, I just don't think that's going to happen. It's just too hilly in here. And we spend pretty much the entire route descending down from the smelter to the sawmill. There's very few moments where we level the tracks out, and I think it's just one little section down here where we bridge over some of the lake with one of the, is it steel truss bridges? I think that's what they are. But yeah, no, I think that route is pretty much locked down. Like we can't do anything more here. This one's also locked down. We've got a logging camp, we've got the iron mine, and we've got the oil field. That one too is pretty situated. So in that case, we've got 3 freight depots we can put somewhere. I mean, this did look pretty good, this arrangement here, but we could do something similar with the refinery over here instead. You come down here, refinery, go around, logging camp, coal mine, turn around, come back, or whichever. Maybe it's ironworks, coal mine, come back for the logging camp, then go back. At any rate, I'm sorry, not ironworks, but rather refinery here. Anyways, and that leaves us with the ironworks to move somewhere else. And I guess we could put it up in this flat area, this kind of valley up here. Like that would be a place that I would probably see a town forming. It would probably form around an industry. I can see that. A little out of the ways. But yeah, we could go up to it somehow. Probably over this way somewhere. Maybe there's a bridge that's over here that goes to this logging camp. Maybe we'd branch off of that one and somehow zigzag our way up here. Maybe we could even use some switchbacks. I always seem to try to put them in there somehow, but a lot of times there's just not the right space for them. Although I did have a couple on the previous map I was working on. They kind of zigzagged their way up to the iron mine, because I left the iron mine where it was. Oh goodness. Well, so I think what I'm gonna do is let's go down and replace the ironworks with a refinery. That might be a good place to start. Although we are right up here. I could find a place. Let's find a place for the ironworks up here then. Although that means I'm going to have to drop down first. You can't change which industry you are placing while you're in the air, apparently. Okay. So if we put this up here somewhere. Kind of hoping that it's actually not all that flat up here. I'm a bit surprised. Thought it was flatter than this. That is one of the things that's hard to tell from the air. Just how flat or hilly an area is. Yeah, look at that. Those platforms on the right are completely underground. Oh, you know what it might be though? I bet. No, but I opened the tool in this area. Let's try this area. Let me try opening the tool over here and see if that improves things at all. Because the platforms do take on the elevation that you first open the tool at. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. At least over here. Oh, there's like, there's, maybe it's just because it's like I opened it right there. So maybe it would like contour to wherever we place it. Pretty okay. What about this area? Is this also pretty hilly? No. This actually kind of like little corner here looks pretty flat. You got a floating platform there, but that's fine. This area could work. How would we do this? We probably want to rotate it this way. Let's think about this. Because if I place it somewhere around there, think of how this branches off from the main line. I might actually want to turn it this way instead. And then have... Oh, we can actually tuck it quite a ways back there. I think I'd probably prefer it to be a little bit further forward. So we have some space for tracks to run back behind. So then the main line probably comes up in the like upper right here of the screen. I can't actually point all the way to it. Way up here, somewhere over here. That's where the main line probably goes. Past. And then we place a freight depot somewhere around here too. Add a little town around it. Could look pretty nice. Maybe let's turn it a little bit more. And let's just go for this. 'Cause we got at least one more that we can play with placing around. No, I mean that looks pretty good. We're pretty close to this cliff face here. But I think this is okay. Yeah. Ooh. Kind of like that idea. I think eventually, when I detail this, I'm gonna want to put some stuff in here, and do a little path that comes out and across the tracks here, with a little crossing, and then like goes down to the town. That could look pretty nice. Yeah, this could work. We could put it here. All right, and then where do we put the freight depot? Because the freight depot is going to be like the main part of the town. And it's going to be right along the main line. Kind of our like station building. In a way. It could work over here. We're kind of clipping into the ground though. That platform there. Unless we go... Yeah, it's like just subtly hilly. Just a little bit. Maybe if we put it there. Yeah, that could work. We could have a little passing siding here. And then branch off to the ironworks. Oh, and the town could actually be kind of up to the upper left here. Could kind of be in that area. Although the town should really be around Freight Depot. Freight Depot could also be like over here. And then what? Then I guess we go past the Freight Depot. Ah, shoot. I don't know why I was like, to change my camera view, I must right click. It's probably from being in the locomotive driving mode a lot recently. Yeah, I mean, we could put this over here. That's back there. We can build a little town around it. Although, there's just more space over here, right? Because the ironworks isn't directly behind it if we place it over here. And then, yeah, then we can kind of build a little like main street, a little downtown, little town. There's a little town out behind the station. Yeah, let's do that. Sure. Okay. So that means we've got to fly back down. It does also, I kind of think that if we place that there, it might make sense to also place a freight depot down here. Because there'd be, in this case, there'd be two freight depots on this route and the ironworks. And I don't think we're going to get the opportunity to place a freight depot out here anywhere. Just because it is rather hilly. Although the freight depot's smaller than some of the other industries. So like we might be able to find a place to tuck it in here. Honestly, maybe even like over here. This might be a fairly flat area. Hard to tell from up there. No, it's still kind of undulates a little bit. Yeah, see how that platform is lifting off of the ground there. It's not quite flat enough. I think the same is going to be said over here. Yeah, we're like sinking into the ground or lifting off the ground. Like maybe we're sinking into the ground over there if we do that. Yeah, so I'm thinking like we could maybe make something work. I just don't think it's worth it to try to make a freight depot work over here. It's like, I guess there's also this space that we could potentially utilize. It is fairly flat. It's just not flat enough. That's the trouble. Just not flat enough. Yeah. So I think honestly the best bet would be to put another one up there. But we don't have to do that right now. We can come back for that some other time. But I think honestly I'm gonna probably be wrapping up fairly soon. But I do like, as much as I like this here, I do like what I've got going on up there. It's just like a question of like, do I like it better? I guess. Yeah, and I think that's just gotta be the way that it works. So we're gonna commit. That's gonna be the way it works. We're gonna get rid of this one. We're gonna replace it with a refinery. Bog Ironworks. Yeah. We can pretend that all this like groundwater here is just like oil sludge or something. And of course I've done it again. I've quit out instead of rotating my view or rotating the industry or whatever. Don't know why I keep doing that. Refined swamp gas perhaps. maybe. Oops, that is not the key I thought I was pressing. Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to place it somewhere where the main buildings are not really on the water stuff. Maybe something like that. Sure. Although, let me think about this. No, this should be fine. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So what does that look like now? So we've got the oil refinery over there. And then we've got the freight depot over here, the main line passing by. Yeah, I think that can work. I might relocate this freight depot a little bit, just scooch it over a bit, but I think that's the general placement that I want for those things. And then over here, that means moving this logging camp so that it's up there instead. And there was definitely at one time I was like, man, I haven't used a lot of crossover tracks. And this was like one opportunity that I found to use a crossover track to reach the cordwood area here. But now I've done that at the smelter, so I feel less bad about getting rid of this and getting rid of that particular arrangement of tracks. But that does mean figuring out how to rework this area and move to using this logging camp up here. But that will probably be a later thing. For right now, let's delete this refinery. Yeah. And let's also... let's go ahead and zip our way over here. And for now, let's just set up a telegraph office so we can get back here more easily. Telegraph office, yeah, just slap it down anywhere. That's good. Let's do the same for the other industries. We got the coal mine down here. Place a telegraph office, just, I don't know, wherever. Literally doesn't matter, just put it there. Okay. Let's travel to, oh, you know what, I didn't put one by the actual refinery. Let's do that. Let's go back over there. I think the other thing that I'm going to want to do before I call it a night is to go load up on logs so that eventually when I move that, there won't be quite as desperate a need for logs right away. Hopefully we'll have some logs to tide us over. Alright, I'm just gonna slap down one of these here so we can get back a little more easily. And yeah, then we have the northern industries. Just go put some telegraph offices at. Crazy how we are definitely moving very fast, but it looks like we're moving very slow because we are so high in the air. Alright. I literally don't know where anything's going to be up here. I don't think it much matters where I place this. There, that works. And then in that case, right, we've placed a bunch of telegraph offices. Okay, so we can just hop on back here. Go pick up some logs and call it a night. Of course, to pick up the logs, we are going to need to turn our locomotive around. We do have some logs already. Means it might make sense to run by the sawmill and drop them off on the way. Ah, yes, and our fire is out, of course, because we've left this sitting for quite some time. What? Oh. totally did not remember setting that. Ah. Okay. Fuel for the fire. Go. One more. Alright. We're all stoked up. Oh yeah, I do also still need to figure out what to do about those facilities that keep respawning. It's great that we can delete them, but it's not great that they keep coming back. Once I throw the switch, I think I will also go ahead and turn the day-night cycle back on. Gameplay. Turn it on. And actually, let's set it to like... I don't know. It's early morning. It's 6:30. Continue. There you go. The sun is just rising. Nah, 1200 o'clock is not really my speed. Do we need to stock up on anything? Probably not. Well, I haven't checked our water. Check that real quick. I think we're doing okay, as far as I can tell. Which is, yeah, we're doing fine. Alright. That's aligned, which is good because we totally would have fallen off the rails otherwise. And stop. Alright, just need to turn it around now. In which case it's going to be best to look at this end. Because that's just going to be easier. Indeed, just like I planned. Totally wasn't a very happy accident. Nah. Nuh-uh. Part of me thinks that it would be nice to have more turning services here at the main yard. But another part of me is like, maybe the train's arriving. Like, let's say a train arrives from the south, heading north. Maybe it just drops off its cargo and then continues, or rather, it drops off maybe all, maybe most, maybe some of its wagons, and then picks up some more. And then continues on north on one of those routes. That could work. Realize I've left the lanterns burning here. Not that it really matters. We need to actually pass the track that we were in a moment ago. I think we're going to take the track before it. Like so. Gonna make it back there in time. Let's find out. Ooh, I hear it. Regulator wasn't on, so it was a pretty safe bet. Now the regulator is open, but I think it's still low enough that we can catch up. Alright. Alright, backing on in to get our train. Do we have multiple of these? Ah, yeah, we did. I think it was 4. We were stopping the train with the handbrakes, as I recall. Alright. Let's get out of here. Alright, so first things first, we're going to drop off those last few logs at the sawmill. And then we're going to head on over to the logging camp, quick as we can, pick up some more logs, erase them back here, and yeah, we'll call it a night then. But we got a little bit of railroading still ahead of us with all that to do. So we'll add 4 more to that. And make 89 logs in the pond. If it'll do the thing. There it goes. $89 logs in the pond. Alright. I'm gonna go pick up some more and just leave them in the freight yard. Hey Teleport8, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. We are just pulling into the logging camp. See if maybe we can do some of this from the first-person controls. Although lining up the the industry outputs with the train is never all that fun from first person. Not solo, anyways. Alright, well, time to wait a lot while we load up with logs here. We'll get this whole train loaded up so that we can relocate the logging camp and not have to worry about, at least not have to worry too much about the need for logs in the meantime. Of course, we don't have the ironworks connected yet, so we don't need to be worrying about pipes. So it's okay to have these cars tied up. And we use enough wood products in this game, the lumber and beams, that I'm sure we will empty more space in that pond soon enough. Alright, 2 more cars to load up here, and then we'll be on our way back to the main freight yard. And that will also mean that we'll be on our way to the end of the stream. We'll be wrapping up once we get back. And we'll do a raid. If I forget, like I sometimes do, chat, keep me honest. But yeah, we'll do a raid, hopefully, if someone is on. If no one that I normally raid out to is on, then we might either just close up for the night, or if you have someone that you would recommend raiding to, and in fact, if you have someone you would recommend raiding to, feel free to recommend them. I'm always looking for new folks to send you all over to when the party stops for us, or for me at least. Yeah, we'll load up these last 4 logs here and be on our way. Not sure if we're going to get another nighttime before we are done here today, but certainly the sun is moving. Alright. I will take a look on over there once we get to that time. I might still send y'all over to one of my known quantities for now, but yeah, I'll definitely be sure to check them out. Perhaps even get them into my list of folks that I send you all over to. It really does have the best spell. I agree wholeheartedly. If only it was a little bit more configurable. It doesn't have a lot of options. Hey Espen! Welcome aboard. Hope you're doing well tonight. How am I enjoying the new map? I am enjoying it. It's definitely a lot of work to find the places that I want to put all the industries. But I think we got most of that done tonight. And yeah, there's a little bit left to do. And then of course, linking them all up. But yeah, yeah. I mean, it's really quite a nice map. I do wish there were a few more trees. Although I do know that the trees that there are maybe a little bit tighter grouped than they were on the old map. Which is kind of cool to see. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think it's a pretty cool map. And I love that we've got some kind of different biomes. We've got the desert as well as the more temperate or Pacific Northwest-ish kind of region. Just still, I'm still waiting for them to have some snow-capped mountains, you know? they tease us with them in the background scenery, but we can't go there yet. Anyways, have you been playing with the new map? Not exactly certain why I am bothering to stop off here and throw the switch when I'm just going to be changing this whole area anyways. Still never linked up the old map. Aha. Yeah, I think I had linked it up once. But I don't think I've ever delivered any oil barrels. Yeah. So I've definitely linked it all up before. I was working just before this map came out. I was working on my own relocated industries map. Back when the tools were a little bit more cumbersome for making that happen. Our fire is almost out. Good thing I checked. So a little disappointed maybe that I'm not finishing that map, but oh, you can't sell the oil barrels at the depot. Interesting. Good morning, GWR 6029. Welcome aboard. Hope you're doing well this morning for you, although it's still night for me. We're getting closer to morning now. Which means I should probably be getting to bed. But this is our last run of the night. And then, yeah, that'll be it for this stream. But yeah, certainly if you're watching and you're not following me yet, this is the time to do it. If you do enjoy what you are seeing, what you're hearing, all that good stuff. I play games like Railroads Online. I play Derail Valley. I have played and will play again at some point games like Satisfactory. I want to play City Skylines 2 when it comes out. That's a game I'm really looking forward to. What else is going on? Oh, we've got a viewfinder. We've got a viewfinder series going on. We're only one episode in so far because I keep having to cancel Sunday streams. Speaking of which, I normally stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. I have to skip this Sunday again, unfortunately, but my nesting partner Flick is playing a sort of a feature at a what is it? An open mic night. So he's actually been invited to feature 5 of his original songs. And I want to go out there and support him. Yeah, so that's why I'll be missing this Sunday, but we will be making up for it with Saturday's stream of the the Community Day, where I will be opening up this very Railroads Online map for anyone who is in my Discord server and would like to join. You can hop in at that time. The details are all on the Discord server. If you need that, the link is available via the bot. All you gotta do is type !Discord. And then that will provide the link to you. Anyways, let me catch up here on chat. Excellent. You just woke up. Not doing too bad. The new map, yeah, we just got into that a little bit. It's really nice. Love the biomes. Wish there was a snow biome. Maybe someday. Like I said, they keep teasing us. But yeah, it is definitely quite a nice map. Quite nice that we get the different areas, different looks. More than one type of tree. That's cool. Placing the industry is a little rough at times. But I was already working on a moved industry map, so not too far off from what I was already doing. But certainly on that map, I was choosing to leave the sawmill, the iron ore mine, and the coal mine at their original locations. So having to place those manually does make things a little bit trickier. And then, yeah, I've seen pics of the new map, Aspen, and just haven't figured out where to place the industries yet. Yeah, there's definitely open to, you know, everyone's own unique interpretation of where things should be. I know the devs have posted a few maps on the official Railroads Online Discord server. And I've checked out a few of them. For the most part, they're not really my style. Let's put it that way. But there's been like one or two that have kind of caught my eye, and there's one that was posted, I want to say earlier today, or maybe it was just yesterday, that I haven't had a chance to check out yet. So I reserve my judgment on that one, of course, having not seen it. But yeah, and hop out of that view and show this is where I've placed my industries so far. Ignore this logging camp we just came from. It's relocating up here. It's going to be logs only. This logging camp over here is cordwood only. What else do we got going on here? Coal mine, refinery, ironworks is up here, smelter, sawmill, oilfield, iron ore mine. Yeah, I mean that's all of it. I think we have actually placed all of the industries now, so it's just going to be a matter of connecting them all up. And we have a good number of them already connected. We've got, let's see, sawmill, smelter, iron ore mine, oil field, this logging camp, and then we've yet to connect refinery, coal mine, this logging camp, and the ironworks. Yeah, we've got some things yet to do here. But like I said, we'll be opening up this map to the community on Saturday. It is not very long from now, which is part of why I took this particular Whatever Wednesday to go ahead and come on in here and finish laying some of these tracks, finish making some of the decisions about where things are going to be, and just progressing a little bit further so that hopefully things will be ready for Saturday for there to be things to do. Yeah, there's surprisingly few places that are very, very flat, and it seems that a lot of these places, a lot of these industries need perfectly flat locations in order to function properly. But at any rate, we have returned to the main yard with plenty of logs stowed and ready to go, ready for us to move that logging camp and not have to worry too much about it. And let me get those out of the picture here. I'm gonna just take a quick little screenshot here that looks pretty nice all lined up here. There we go. Let's be sure also to save the game. Would be not great to be like, you know what? We lost everything. Certainly it's been auto-saving, but I don't know the last time it's auto-saved. So I like to put the date and the time in here so I keep things organized in the saves folder. There we go. Game is saved. All right. So that is going to wrap it up for today. But we are not done yet. We are going to find somebody to raid. Let's check it out, see who's going tonight. We also had a recommendation, I remember, from Second King. Let me see if I can look up this streamer real quick here. And yeah, take a look at that. And we are going to find somebody to raid here, but thank you for joining. If you are headed out before we do this raid, I do want to just say thank you. Thank you so much for joining. I do appreciate y'all being here. You could choose to be anywhere, but you chose to be here. Old school Minecrafter. Oh, kicking it way back. No problem, Jaco. Glad to have you aboard tonight. And yeah, they're playing some Starfield. Hell yeah, let's send you all over there. That sounds great. Let's do that. Let's get that set up and going here. Oh yeah. I heard Ender Pearl. They're talking about Minecraft over there. All right, let's kick off this raid. And yeah, just again, thank you all so much for joining tonight. Hope you will follow me on over to Generic B. And don't forget, when you get on over there, be sure to leave a Fox raid. Let them know that you're incoming with me. And yeah, see you on over there, y'all. Bye-bye.